All analysis, please respond your voice and videos. JDC Ongol, please respond.
Sir, good morning, sir. NRC Guntur.
NRC Guntur, okay.
Yes, sir. Audio is clear, na, sir?
All analysis, please respond your voice.
Sir?
I'm repeating NRC Ongol, please respond. And NRC Srikakulam, NRC Kadapa. Sir, NRC Srikakulam, Ongol Kadapa. Matladanడి.
Sir, respond, sir. No, sir. రండి. Master trainers. Video on చేస్తుంది.
NRC Ongol. And Kadapa.
వాయిస్ ఏది మంది వీడియో ఆన్ చేశారా?
లేదా?
ఆడియో చెప్పండి మీ క్లియర్. ఓకే, ఇట్ ఈస్ క్లియర్ అండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఉమెన్స్ కాలేజ్ విశాఖపట్నం, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. Vishaka JDC Women.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Right.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Next, NRC Kadapa. NRC Kadapa 2 logins ఉన్నాయండి. We have to check first. NRC Rajahmundry, please respond. Rajahmundry, please respond. కడప వాళ్ళు చెప్పండి. 2 లాగిన్స్ ఉన్నాయి, మీరు మాట్లాడట్లేదు ఇక్కడ గురించి.
Sir, Ongole responding.
Audible అండి, రైట్. కడప వాళ్ళు I am repeating. Kadapa, please respond. సార్ కడప వాళ్ళకి ఫోన్ చేయండి సార్. ఎవరైనా నా గ్రూప్ ఇక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు, మీకు తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే అక్కడ గ్యాప్ తీసుకు చేయండి. కడప వాళ్ళు రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వట్లేదు.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. NRC, Srikakulam, GTC women.
Sir, program. I am Rama. You can.
అయితే ఇచ్చేస్తాం. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Pencil, కొద్ది sound.
That's the audience. అనంతపురం ఎన్ఆర్సీ సార్ ఐఎస్సీ నేను ఆన్ చేశాను వాయిస్ పట్టుకున్నట్టు రమ్మంటారు అందుకే తీసి
Good morning, everyone. Today we have first person that is Jivananda. He is going to talk on the trends in history. Now I request Srikakulam NRC to introduce today's superstition resource person. Srikakulam NRC, please respond and introduce the today's resource person.
వాళ్ళు రెస్పాండ్ కావాలి మన వైపు వాళ్ళు రెస్పాండ్ సార్ ఎవరు శ్రీకాకుళం
NRC Srikakulam, please respond. Please introduce today's resource person. NRC Srikakulam.
ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్ సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాకుళం ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్
Sir, Srikakulam responding, sir. JDC women, NRC JDC women, Srikakulam responding.
ఓకే వాయిస్ ఇస్ ఆడిబుల్ సార్
Sir,
Sir, please introduce the today's resource person. Sir, please start.
sir, phone చేస్తాం.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసి వాళ్ళ రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్ ఓకే థ్యాంక్ యూ ఓకే మీరు ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేయండి ఆలోచన
Respected resource person S. Jeevanandam garu and KRBs across the state of Andhra Pradesh, my dear participants, very good morning to all. So this is Uma Maheshwar Rao, GDC Vijayanagaram, NRC from Srikakulam Women's. It is my privilege to introduce the great resource person Dr. S. Jeevanandam garu. S. Jeevanandam garu service as an assistant professor in the Center for Women Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Prior to this, he contributed to the academic community through positions of Department of History, Sikkim University in Gangtok, Sikkim, and Assam University in Silchar, Assam. His scholarly endeavor have garnered recognitions, including the Best Paper Prize at international and national conferences and seminars. Notably, he has been honored with the Sri Justice P. Rajagopal Endowment Medal, Governor Chancellor's Centenary Prize, and Thiru TV Anantarama Sharma Endowment Prize for his outstanding academic achievements. Jeevanandam garu successfully concluded the ICHR project titled Medieval in the Modern Knowledge Production and Shaping of History. His contributions to extend to the realm of literature with the publication of books Devadasis in South India, a journal from sacred to profane spaces, co-authored with Professor Rekha Pandey. Additionally, he has edited volumes such as Gender and Globalization with Professor Rekha Pandey and with Sita Vanka, and recent trends in history, essays in honor of Professor Rekha Pandey with M.N. Rajesh, B. Prabhu, and Rizwan Ahmad. Beyond his academic pursuits, Jeevanandam garu has played a pivotal role in shaping curriculum for government bodies, including the State Council of Educational Research and Training (SCRT), Government of Tamil Nadu, and EPG Pathshala under the National Mission on Education through ICT, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. His extensive research portfolio encompasses significant contributions to gender history and religious history of India, evident in his authored research papers featured in various academic journals and proceedings both in India and internationally. Thank you, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to introduce such a great personality, Dr. S. Jeevanandam Garu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request to Dr. Jeevanandam sir to deliver his lecture. Dr. Jeevanandam sir, please continue.
Yeah, one second. Am I audible? Am I audible now? Yeah, thank you. Okay, okay, thank you, thank you. I hope I'm audible now, na, to everyone. So, good morning to all. Thank you for the elaborated introduction about me. Okay, and also I would like to say thanks to Dr. Raj Mohammed. He for providing this opportunity to share the knowledge what I am having with you all. See, the today presentation it's about trends in history. When we are talking about history, it's very interesting that once again. Okay, when we are discussing about history, it is one of the foremost and fascinating subject in studying about the society. When we are talking about a discipline called history, it is about a kind of a knowledge. When we are talking about knowledge, remember, knowledge was not professionalization was not taken. We are thinking about prior to Renaissance. What I'm trying to say is that when we are talking about the greatest medieval intellectuals like Leonardo da Vinci or otherwise Michelangelo, even Immanuel Kant, okay, these people are great intellectual. But when we are talking about their knowledge, the domain of knowledge was not restricted with one particular discipline. Okay, for example, when we are talking about Leonardo da Vinci, who was considered as one of the greatest artists of the Western world in the medieval time. But very interestingly, we can't compartmentalize him with just as a kind of an artist, and he is also a very great scientist. When we are talking about Immanuel Kant, who lives in the 18th century, he was considered as one of the greatest intellectual of the particular century in the Western world. But when we are talking about Immanuel Kant, we know that he is one of the greatest philosopher. But remember that he is not restricted his exponents with only a kind of a philosophy as a discipline, and also he extended his works on metaphysics, astronomy, and poetry. So what I'm trying to say is that the concept of professionalization or concept of knowledge was not uniform throughout the century. Okay, so that's what we are thinking, that when we are talking about trends in history, we have to understand that history is not a kind of a static subject. That's what we used to think that. So, for example, when we are go and discuss with a layman always say that what you will do with history. We are all in the same field and we are all can I say academicians. So I'm not going to detail that kind of a stereotypes what people used to have. But remember, history is not a professional subject until 17th century. That's what I wanted to say. But what happening in the 19th century, the concept of specialization was introduced throughout the world actually. Okay, that's what the core point I wanted to say. That means a kind of a new knowledge could be produced and reproduced, a kind of a new knowledge. Okay, when I say the new knowledge, because a new kind of academic institutions established in the 19th century. When I say the academic institutions, that means some of the specific institutions like Oxford and Cambridge. Okay, in France, it is considered as the Grandiose Works, and in USA, in the 19th century, Ivy League. And if you take in Japan, Tai and Kyoto University, these are all considered as premier institutes. But what is the premier institute means here? Okay, that they're providing higher education. That higher education was very professional in its nature. When I say professionalization of new knowledge, okay, that means they established a new kind of a chairs, and also they formed a new departments and started to publishing new content on the specific subject. What happening there? The prior to French Revolution, anyone can write on anything. Anyone can consider, for example, that's what I gave the example of Michelangelo and also Immanuel Kant. Even if you take any other persons, they're all polymath. They are excellent in multiple subjects. But what happened in the 19th century, because of the professionalization, the subject got kind of a new kind of a academic training is required. So what happening? The new departments like history, disciplines like history, and also sociology, anthropology, then economics, all these traditional subjects started to emerge to address a specific needs of the society. That's what I wanted to say. When we say the specific needs of the society, that means a different discipline started to have their own methods, own curriculum, and also they have a new kind of a politics in it. Why I'm use the word politics? Remember, for example, why the subject called anthropology and sociology became very important. When we are talking about anthropology, it's like more or less like an ethnic study. Okay, why the particular subject is needed? Because when the colonization was started, okay, when the colonization was expanded throughout the different part of the world, so the people, that means the colonizers, wanted to study about a new kind of new society. Okay, so they could not able to understand how to study about the new society. New society means it's completely new to from their culture, new from their language, new from their geography. So in this context, what happening? So the discipline called anthropology became very important. Okay, most probably what happening, the anthropology and sociology, it's having a similar kind of approaches, but so anthropology is largely studying about the other society. Okay, and so why I'm saying these things means, so the concept of professionalization started to emerge. I already to mention that history is also not a static subject. It's very dynamic. Okay, and also it's very important in reflect the social needs. Okay, and another interesting point is that history as a discipline, it is always coexisted, or otherwise it's always used as a kind of one of the important academic tool in constructing certain kind of hegemony, or otherwise deconstructing certain kind of a hegemony. That's what we are going to discuss in this entire presentation. I'm not going to detail about can I say what is history and other things. I'm directly going to my presentation. When we are talking about history, remember, history is it is as a discipline. It started in the 18th century as a separate discipline. Okay, where it started? It started in the 18th century. Cambridge initiated as the special chair in focusing about the historical past. Okay, later, remember, an international what can I say? Uh, the context. Why I'm saying the context? Because of the extension of the colonization, the colonial power needs to study about the different society. That's what I told you about anthropology and sociology. But another very interesting point is that they wanted to, how can I say, use history as a discipline. It's like a kind of a diplomatic discipline to study about the new countries. Okay, that's why if you see the initial writing of the Europeans, it was focused different aspect, but it was focused on to know about the different society like culture, language, religion, and their politics. So later in 18th century, France, especially in Paris, they started in 1712. They started separate departments, okay, to study about history. And also in 1750s, they established a new department at Strasbourg. And very interesting point is that what happening at the particular time, they have I'm talking about 1650, 17th century. They had a little bit confusions where to locate history as a discipline, because they are focusing about natural history like botany, chemistry, physics. So they established a separate chair, but they could not able to make it as a kind of a history as a separate discipline. And remember, in the initial stage of development of history as a discipline, that means history as a discipline itself considered as a kind of a social sciences, or considered as a kind of a lesser important studies compared than sciences and literature. So when it is talking about the social sciences, history, economics, sociology, political science, and anthropology, getting less importance than we think about science. Okay, but this kind of a tradition is gradually changes. There are when we're talking about history, remember there are different kinds of historical traditions are there. Okay, when we're talking about the different kind of the historical tradition, remember I already mentioned that history is one discipline. It's always aligned with the power. Either it has to talk about or talk for the power center, or otherwise it question the power center. Okay, so in this context, when we are talking about historical schools, it's very interesting that from the 19th century, Orientalism, or otherwise later in the early 20th century, Cambridge School of History became very important in our discussion. When we are talking about Orientalist school, it is very interesting that when it was collaborated with the development of the entire global trend. Okay, and our school of thought, for historical school of thought also, it is very much correlated to the global trends actually. In this context, when we are talking about Cambridge school, it is very Orientalist or even the Cambridge school, it is about the Western study. Okay, when I'm saying the Western study, okay, the European have a kind of anxiety to study about a new country, new can I say new colonized states. Okay, when they are studying about the new colonized state, remember they are not having a kind of a concept called objectivity within their mind. What they thought, they always consider that West as a superior one, West as a kind of a civilization, West is a kind of a far above the other rest of the world. Okay, so in this context, how they're trying to see the East, for example, the Middle East, Asia, and even North Africa, they consider that is a kind of inferior and also exotic and barbaric culture. So this context, what happening? Okay, the kind of a prejudice, the colonial prejudice was overturned in their writing. So other civilization, and they consider that the East, that means that I already mentioned that it is Middle East, Asia, or Northern Africa. But remember, in the 19th century, okay, Europeans were more concentrate on Asia. Okay, that's why if you remember that the politics, actually politics towards East was also, it reflects their political biases. For example, the Western notion of looking East or other civilization as a kind of a victims of frozen history. They consider that we are not having any kind of a progressive history. Okay, and also they consider that we are the Eastern, that means the Occidents are very primitive and barbaric in its nature. So what is the role of the Orientalist? They wanted to providing certain kind of a, they wanted to teach a kind of a lesson or culture to us. And in this context, what happening? They started to discussing about the other civilization. For example, when we are talking about a Orientalist perspective, it is always having a kind of a Western subjective. Remember, those who are dealing with the Western subjectivity, they are not looking that East also have a kind of a cultural values, and also they are far superior in their culture. For example, when we are talking about this particular study was coined by Edward Sayer in 1978. Orientalism, that means studying about this Western bias, it was coined by 1978 by Edward Sayer. It examining how the Western scholars or artisans or even policymakers constructed or perpetuated stereotypes about the Orient. Orient means the East. Okay, it emerged as a kind of that particular discipline emerged as a kind of a colonial expansion in 18th and 19th century, rooted to understand, control and colonized people and their territories. In this context, if you see the slide, okay, the particular slide, if you see, this is the work of Max Muller. Very interestingly, Max Muller was positioned Sanskrit as one of the important language, and he considered that Sanskrit is the mother of all Indian languages. Very interesting point in these things. In the entire Max Muller was focused heavy on Indian culture, Indian society, and Indian language, but he never had an opportunity to visit India. And also, his most of the work was centered on the secondary sources. And also, when we are talking about Orientalist school, remember India is one of the vast country. Okay, so the Europeans started to govern in three historical junctures. One is centered on Bengal. The another regiment centered on Madras Presidency. The third one is centered on Bombay. If you read their historical writings, it was quite interesting and also quite contradicting with each other. That's what I'm saying that one way if you see the writings of Bengal School of History, or otherwise we can say that Bengal School of Orientalism, they're considering that Sanskrit culture as a yardstick of the Indian tradition to study about the past. Okay, but on the other hand, when we are talking about the Madras School of Orientalism, like people like Robert Caldwell or Ellis and others, they're trying to giving us a kind of a different kind of a perspective. What the different kind of a perspective? The Sanskrit is they didn't deny that Sanskrit is one of the classical language. Instead of that, they're trying to project that a Dravidian language, that means a non-Sanskrit language, also have a classical status. So that's what happening. The Madras School of Orientalism, they're taking the methodology from the Bengal School of Orientalism, but through their historical experiences, through their sources, because this Madras School of Orientalists largely settled and they did their extensive research on Madras. When I say the Madras Presidency, it included modern Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. I am not positioned Hyderabad, Telangana, modern Telangana, or even part of Karnataka and part of Kerala. So what happening in the entire study, they can able to establish that Tamil and later Telugu had a different historical origin, and also they had a kind of a similar classical status. But what happening when it is talking about they wanted to justify their colonial rule. That is very interesting subjective element, because they thought, I already mentioned that they thought that Orient, that means East people are uncivilized, barbaric in its nature. So that's why when the studies also have a lot of subjectivity of the Western subjectivity. So when we see the characteristics of the Oriental discourse, it is very interesting that largely it was reductionist in its nature. When I say that reductionist, they consider that, for example, I already told you, those who came and settled in Bengal Presidency in Calcutta School of Thought, Calcutta, they thought that, okay, I already told you that they visualized that India is completely a kind of a homogeneous. Similarly, those who stationed at Madras, they also visualized India something else. But actually, if you wanted to see Indian society, it is much more dynamic and much more diverse, and also much more can I say rich, rather than compared than the entire Western world. And also remember, they create a kind of a binaries. That is not actually, it is not true historically, if you wanted to say, because if you see the dichotomy between West and according to them, it's a barbaric East. It itself questioning the concept of objectivity in history. So this is also, since their subjective element was overloaded, we can't consider this kind of, we have to be very critical about when we are discussing about this kind of a historical narratives. And also remember, it is having the legitimize the Western dominance and the colonial rule. Then following that, to counter the Western notion, very interestingly, the nationalist emerged as an important academic discipline, like a nationalist history. Okay, I already told you the Orientalists have a kind of a subjectivity as a primary yardstick, which keep that Western culture as a yardstick. When it comes to nationalists, nationalists wanted to counter to the argument of the Orientalists. Very interestingly, what happened? They focused on the glorification and promotion of a particular nation's past. That's what very interesting argument. They wanted to construct a narratives of national identity, a pride, and unity by highlighting achievements, heroes, and cultural heritage. Okay, often it was linked to political agendas and efforts to legitimize to or accept national sovereignty. The very interesting point is that this particular school I established to counter the Orientalist narration as the primary sense. But the problem with the nationalist history, they're not ready to understand. Again, they have a kind of another stereotype that not understanding the past with a certain kind of objectivity. So their subjectivity, critical mind, they're trying to glorify everything in the past as a merit. So what happening, they in the 19th century, very interestingly, if you look at, they started Indian history with Vedic culture. Okay, and they are not extending to Harappan civilization. Why? Because the Harappan culture or Harappan civilization was not explored in the 19th century. So what happened with the nationalist historians? They're trying to set the Indian past with the Vedic root. Okay, but remember, India, it's a very diverse and also unique. I already mentioned that. Okay, the diverse Indian past was not represented properly by this nationalist historian. Okay, so and also they are not accommodating the development in the historical discipline like the Harappan and Mohenjo-daro also in the 19th century. They can't able to place it properly because they are not aware. Okay, then what happening? If you see the characteristics of the nationalist history, their can I say history as a kind of a linear progression towards greatness and destiny of the nation. They are not looking very critical, and also they are trying to celebrate the national heroes. They had an agenda, and very interestingly, the agenda leads to certain kind of a social group, so that is not very inclusive in its nature. And also when we are talking about cultural heritage, and they're not emphasizing the cultural diversity of this country. Instead of that, what happening, based on their social location, they started to glorify, or they're taking certain kind of a political stand, and their subjectivity was overloaded in this writing. Following that, there was a kind of how can I say, the next school of thought, it's about communalist history. There is, if you take the nationalist, they focus about nation as a forefront, but when it comes to communal history, the remember this communalist idea of history, it is not come from Hindu or Muslims. It comes from kind of a European overtone. Okay, what happening? James Mill and even later other European historians, they're trying to see the Indian past in the communal lens. And remember, if you take the history of India have a different kind of experiences. For example, India never had a concept of other. What I'm trying to say here is that if you take yearly migrations, and if you take the later migrations, for example, Kushans, you take anyone, they came and they settled in this country. And remember, we are not having any kind of a problem. It's very accommodative in its nature. For example, Gandhara art, one of the classical example. Greeks and Romans, they came and they settled, and the cultural amalgamation is called as Gandhara art. So we are not having any kind of a enmity. But what happened? Europe have a kind of always a kind of a subjectivity, and also they're very Islamic tradition, especially because of their cultural experiences. What happening in the medieval world? What happened in medieval world? Remember, the Europe was completely dominated and controlled. Their movement was controlled by Arabs. Okay, the emergence of Arab in the medieval world restricted Europeans completely or isolated them within their continent. So they could not able to move out, and also the continuous war, for example, the wars of Crusade, nearly through 300 years that was taken place. So the Europe had a kind of a enmity, or otherwise we can say that the subjectivity, the religious antagonism was overloaded. So wherever the colonialism was extended, their enmity also extended towards that regions. So when we are talking about, for example, when we are talking about Shivaji, when we are talking about Aurangzeb, remember Mughals also had a significant. One second. Hello. No, I am in meeting. So what happened? There is a communal tone was there. When we are talking about Mughals, when we are talking about Marathas, both the army have a different religious group. Aurangzeb, even in the army of Aurangzeb, we can able to find a significant number of zamindars are come from the Hindu religious social order. Okay, when we are taking about Maratha army, especially under Shivaji. Okay, Shivaji also had a kind of a significant number of Muslims in their army. Okay, the point what I'm trying to say is there is not much communal tone when, even though we talking about Aurangzeb or even Shivaji, they're not having any kind of a religious antagonism with each other. They struggle for political power, they struggle for their social identity, but religious antagonism was not much wider in when we're talking about Indian context. Very interestingly, when we are talking about the revolt of 1857, a significant number of Hindu rulers, they wanted to revive Mughal rulers, Mughal emperor in the Indian subcontinent. Unfortunately, what happened? The colonial intervention communalized Indian state very, or otherwise polarized Indian society in different way. Okay, and remember, Gandhi also worried about this distortion of the version of historical writing. Okay, he was concerned about secular and also inclusive historical textbooks in the school level to prevent a kind of a communal hatredness with among the different social groups. Similarly, the report of Kanpur riots inquiry committee 1932 also, okay, they specifically mention about how history is very important in questioning the communal tendency among the people. So they suggested to remove historical misconceptions which leads to the communal problem in India. So what happening here, when we are talking about Orientalist had a kind of a tendency that West as a superior. When we are talking about nationalist, they counter to the Orientalist narrations and trying to position India's past as a very glorious. But very interestingly, they position that past in this Vedic period, and they ignore or otherwise they overlook about the other societies in the Indian subcontinent. Okay, then the communalist historian, remember, it's all related to social changes and also the changes in the society. Okay, so the communalist is, remember, see, these communalist history, it's not part of the partition and other things. These narrations only created to that kind of ideas. Okay, so and also they also had a kind of a agenda. Okay, what kind of an agenda? They always giving emphasis on identity. Okay, and also they're always stressing on conflict oriented. It highlights that historical conflicts and tension between different communal groups often perpetuating uh, us versus them. This is very interesting point. Okay, us versus them. For example, when we are talking about, I already told you, we discussed that communal classes. When we always used to discuss about, for example, when we are talking about Maratha versus the Mughals, very interesting point is that Vijayanagara also had a conflict within Vijayanagara itself, actually. For example, when we are taking about Vijayanagara Empire, there are two different dynasty within there. Okay, each dynasty, when the power was transformed from one dynasty to another dynasty, okay, there was a severe bloodshed was taken place. And a very interesting point is that one king, Vijayanagara emperor, wanted to make a war or wage war against any other. Before he moves for the battlefield, he wanted to settle the disputes among the family, because that is going to be a greater harm for him. So the point, what I'm trying to say is that, and if you take, for example, when Vijayanagar take a war against Gajapatis also, it's just a kind of war between the two power sector. There is, how can I say, the religion was not a greater at the point of juncture in the discussion. So what happening in modern times when we are giving stress on us versus them, so it is not going to address a kind of a objectivity of the history, or otherwise we are not going to get any kind of a social harmony in the society. Okay, and also scientifically that is not considered as the academically it's not considered as the important academic exercise. So another interesting thing in this context is that, okay, positivist or otherwise empiricist school of history. Okay, this has happened in the 19th century. Very interesting point in that school is that, okay, so far what we discussed, three different schools of thought. Okay, Orient, nationalist and communalist trend. Now we are trying to locate about the scientific study of the past actually. Okay, so I already told you the 19th century, 17th, 18th century is one of the important period in the history of human world. Okay, because the post French Revolution in the 19th century played a very important role. A new discipline emerged, okay, in different field, and the scientific temper was overloaded than their personal beliefs. It reflected in different fields. For example, Adam Smith, Charles Darwin, and even Karl Marx. All these people started to focus about society in a materialistic sense rather than their belief. Okay, in this context, what happening? For example, Darwin, he was, how can I say, by birth, he was a Catholic, sorry, he was a Christian by birth, but still he go beyond his Christian belief and focusing on scientific temper. Like that, the similar case with the Karl Marx also. So what happening, the, can I say, past historian, they're trying to see methodological approach. This is very interesting point, okay. They're giving more importance to objectivity. They're giving more importance to they consider that this as a kind of a scientific discipline, history as a scientific discipline rather than a political tool for the political agenda or vendettas. Okay, so the scientific look was happened with the intervention of the positivist school. Okay, they give more importance to empiricism. Okay, empiricism in the sense means they rely more on observable facts and evidences rather than subjective interpretations. Okay, so and another interesting point is, the one is that they focus on data or sources. The second one is that they give importance to the concept of objectivity. That is very interesting point. Okay, so what is objectivity here? To eliminate bias and personal opinions from historical analysis. Whatever the data tells, we have to interpret the data according to its sources only. And also it questioning about the concept of determinism. That means we should not take any kind of a stand. And also they say that historical events are governed by underlying certain kind of a logics. So they're trying to see, are trying to study about that logic. That logics called as generalization. That generalization means what? They're trying to study the patterns and regularities in the historical data. So that's what happening. So far, what happening? The subjectivity was there. Now the objective element, or otherwise we can say that history become a subject of professionalization. Okay, it taking a kind of a professional look. Okay, and with a certain important kind of a methodology. What are this methodology? A quantitative analysis. What data became very important. Okay, and documentation and archival become very important, because we can't construct, we can't write history without any kind of a documents. Okay, so sources here, that is only the sources become very important in the writing of history. And remember, the problem here, what happening, even they classified sources with the kind of a hierarchy. What kind of hierarchy? Already we discussed now when we start our subject, we used to say that primary and secondary. Am I audible? Sir, am I audible?
Sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Okay, okay. So they're studying about comparative analysis and other things. Okay. Following that, the another important school of historical trend that comes as the Marxist historiography. Marxist historiography is one of the, how can I say, if you take another way, they see when we are studying about the past, we need a kind of answers. Okay. What kind of answers? A human being was savage at one particular time. That particular savage became barbarian. A barbarian became a kind of a civilized human being. So how this transition was taken place? That was the important historical questions. Okay, like the scientists, they're studying about the important scientific developments. So what happening? We need some kind of logics. So Marxist historical school, okay, Marxist history is trying to provide that kind of a tools. Okay, what are the things they're talking about? Dialectical materialism, historical materialism, and the critique about the capitalism. Okay, they're trying to understand the historical development through the lens of class struggle and the material conditions. Okay, so when we are talking about historic, so Karl Marx, very interestingly, he divided the historical phases into three. Okay, what are the three phases? One is the tribal, and the other one is a feudal and capital, based on the means of production. Okay, but generally, what happening? The Marxist school, they classify history into four different stages. One is the primitive society. The second one is the slave society, a feudal and capital, and they're expecting to build the socialist society. So why they wanted to classify history into different kind of phases? Because remember, the mode of production or material conditions of the particular time will decide the character of the society. Okay, so they give more importance to the material conditions. Okay, so this is the another very interesting changes in the discipline called history. So what happening here? They are studying about the social change through the materialistic lens. Okay, what is materialism here? Material conditions are economic factors that affect the structure and development of the society. Okay, so material conditions are very essential. A component or otherwise the technology of the particular mode of production or human society is formed by the forces and relationship of the productions. So this was the core argument of Marxist historians. So their studies became very pioneer in the discipline of history, because positivists, they're trying to give a kind of a overall methodology how to study the past. So Marxist ideology, it's a kind of a formulas. What kind of a formulas? How trying to locate the changes in the society. So what are the methodology they are providing? A dialectical analysis which apply that can I say to historical process, examining the contradictions, tensions, and the transformations. Okay, and another interesting thing is that I already mentioned that it is talking about the material analysis and also critique of ideology. Okay, remember each historical phase, what I already mentioned, the primitive slave society, a feudal society, a capitalist, each in historical phases, two different class used to be there. What are the two different classes in the primitive society? What Marxism is believing that it was relatively a egalitarian society. When it comes to slave society, two important social group was there. One is master and another one is a slave. The contradiction between these two was considered as a slave mode of production. Then the next stage of society was a feudal society. The feudal lord was there and also the serfs was there. Their contradiction and their, how can I say, the efficiency, their inefficiency, that led to the another mode of production that is called as capitalist mode of production, where the two social groups, one is bourgeois, another one is the proletarian. Okay, it's a kind of a class struggle they used to discuss. So each important phase, ideology played a very important role. Okay, what is the ideology? Remember, in this particular context only, Althusser came into a very important personality. Althusser he discussed about ideological state apparatus. For example, when the material condition was changes, and also the superstructure in the society like religion, okay, law, family, all the social institution also changes. So that way it is very interesting argument we can see from the Marxist school of thought. Okay. Another interesting point is that in the 20th century, okay, the another school of thought became very important argument here. What was the important argument here? That the concept of total history. What is total history? Remember, when we are talking about Marxist school, they're giving more importance to the material conditions. They're giving more importance to the economic changes in the society or material changes in the society. But what a group of historians in the early 20th century, especially in the place called France, okay, there's the different social scientists. Okay, social scientists, when I'm saying is that here not just a historian assembled and discuss about the important ideas of history, the economist, anthropologist, sociologist, geographer, they sit together and they started to discuss about what are the important changes that leads to the social changes in the society. Okay, they're trying to study about the logics. Okay, they come to understand that it is not just a material condition, certain other important elements also very important in the changes in the society. So they come with the concept of total history. That means a complete history. Don't compartmentalize history as a separate discipline. Okay, I will give one example. Okay, when we are talking about natural, for example, the consumption of oil. Okay, oil consumption for the consumption purpose. Okay, consumption purpose in the entire South India. Okay, largely they use groundnut oil, and if you go to Kerala, they're using coconut oil for cooking. I'm talking about cooking. If you move towards this, northern India, they're using mustard oil. Okay, when we are discussing about, how can I say, this particular, okay, the point is that it is not people. I used to ask with my students, okay, which oil give a different flavor, or which is the best oil, which is the giving best taste to the food consumption. Okay, the entire North Indian students, they without any hesitation, they used to say that, sir, only mustard oil used to be the one of the best oil for giving a kind of a different flavor. So they used to say. But I asked a further question that, okay, will you taste any other oil? But unfortunately, they never had an opportunity to taste groundnut oil or coconut oil, even the olive oil, which is costly. The point is that the availability, okay, the geography determined what kind of a food habit we used to have, okay, and what kind of a culture we are having. It is not just about the material condition, it is also geography played a very important role. Okay, in that sense, what happening without studying the geography, without studying about their social location in the particular geographical conditions, we can't able to understand about the particular society. Okay, for example, if you locate the history of ancient Tamil Nadu, why I'm saying ancient Tamil Nadu, because if you see the concept of or classification of geographic culture and the geography, how the relationship between the culture and geography was well established. For example, the concept of Tinai. Okay, Tinai is one of the important concepts to study about the ancient Tamil society, because there are 5 different geographical lands were classified. Okay, one is that Kurinji, which is a hilly terrain. The second one is Marudam. Okay, it is, sorry, second one is a Mullai, which is can I say, the foothills of the hills. Okay, the third one is Marudam. It is plain, fertile land. Then, okay, Nodal. Nodal is a riverine terrain. For example, the coastal region. The fourth one is a Palai, which is a barren land. So why I am classifying these 5 different lands? You see, the life of the people in different these cultural zones are completely different about depend on their geography. Okay, their nature of job, their concept of love, their musical instrument, their animals, okay, their flower, their warfare, their conflict, their politics, everything was determined by their geography. So what happening? If you are studying about the particular society without studying about their social, cultural geography, so it is very complex for us to get a kind of a complete picture about the past. So what the historians are trying to say, analyst schools are trying to say, don't compartmentalize history as a separate discipline. It is a total history. Okay, so a geographer also played a very important role. Our methodology in geography also played a very important role in studying about the society. The classical example is the concept of sacred geography. In modern times, what happening? The concept of sacred geography, that means cultural geography. The geographers also started. Geography is a science discipline. Okay, but still, what happening? They are also trying to see about how the culture played an important role. So one of the important elements is sacred geography. When we are talking about sacred geography, remember certain culture, the pilgrimage played a very important role. Okay, we can't create a political boundaries to define which is the land for which people. I will tell you one classical example for Jerusalem. Okay, Jerusalem falls technically away from the entire Europe. Okay, but remember, and also Mecca. These are all the politically governed by the different state. But if you see culturally, the Christians in the world, they consider Jerusalem as their sacred site. Okay, they visualize that Jerusalem as their homeland. Similarly, the Muslims throughout the world, they visualize that Mecca has their land. Okay, whichever the political identity they carry. When I say political identity, that means their nationality they are having. They consider that Mecca has their cultural land. Okay. Similarly, when we are talking about how can I say? For example, if the Tamil fishers, the Kachativu, it's one of the island which is located between Sri Lanka and India. It is considered one of the disputed land. But remember, however, whatever the dispute was there, every year the Indian fishermen allowed to enter into that was the part of the Indian territory, which was handed over to the Sri Lanka as a kind of a diplomatic exchange. So what the argument is that, but Indian fishermen or Indian community are allowed to enter into Kachativu, the island, to celebrate certain festivals. So what my point is that, so don't the political boundary is not just a kind of only creating or otherwise material conditions only will determine everything. It is not like that. There is another phenomena also played a very important role. So when we are talking about total history, it is an interdisciplinary approach that seeks to understand the past comprehensively by integrating diverse perspective, methodologies, and sources. It is go beyond the traditional boundaries of historical inquiry to encompasses social, cultural, economic, political, and environmental factors. Okay, so what is the methodology of the total history? The methodology is a comparative analysis. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Don't compartmentalize. Okay, it is comparative study. Okay, and also remember, we're talking about longitudinal studies. When you say the longitudinal studies, Brodel, one of the important thinker in this particular school, okay, he classified the historical time into three different phases. One is long durée, a second one is moyen durée, and Corti durée. Okay, what is this long durée? In the sense means, okay, long geographical term and medium social term and short individual term. Okay, so the Ferdinand Brodel studied about the Mediterranean Sea actually. Okay, he is trying to study about the European history, two changes that was taken place in the Mediterranean Sea. For example, when I say the long geographical term, okay, he is locating about how can I say uh, long historical phases, 5,000 years, 3,000 years, like that. It's a long time. And then he is talking about medium social term, okay, 200 years, 300 years, okay, the changes. And another interesting point is the individual term. For example, we think that if you are studying about Mughal, if you are studying about Vijayanagar Empire, if you are studying about Cholas, so if you take Indian history as a long term, okay, so for example, the entire, for example, if you wanted to study about the Harappan civilization, we can't study Harappan civilization in 100 years or 200 years. We have to study the Indian civilization, if you want to study about Harappa, at least we have to study about nearly 3,000 years or 4,000 years of the past. So among that, if you wanted to study about particular phenomena, that is called as medium, then an individual term. Among that, if you are, for example, Maurya, if among the Mauryas, if you are talking about Ashoka, so he classified historical into three different historical timeline. Then another interesting point is that it need a kind of a new methodology. Okay, we can't, for example, when we are go and study about history of Northeast, okay, when I'm studying about their cultural history, so what happened, I can't use the traditional historical methodology, what the positivist historians trying to say. They're very conservative. Without the positivists are focusing on the textual documents. So they give importance to only the established published sources. So what happening when it is comes to total history or otherwise annal school of historians, they go beyond what the textual traditions was, okay, or is, okay. So they give the other varieties of sources like oral and other things, okay. Then another important school of history, okay. Remember, when we are talking about the discipline, we already discussed that it is very modern in its nature, okay. That means the 19th century, it was a product of modernism, okay. But what happened in the post 1950s, the postmodernism became a very important subject, important discipline, which is directly questioning about the discipline called history. That is very interesting point. Okay, what kind of a questions they are trying to bring? The postmodernists critiquing about the power, especially in the field of symbolic and linguistic forms. So when how they are looking history, they are looking history as a kind of a ideological discourse to legitimize dominant classes and groups like white, male, and upper caste. That's what I already discussed. Okay, history is a very interesting discipline. It is always go with the kind of a social trends. So if you take the 19th century, Orientalist came, nationalist came, then communists played a very important role. And also, if we wanted to study the scientific way, the positivist came, then Marxists, and following that, annals came into the picture. But what happening? Suddenly, another kind of a critical juncture, that was postmodernism. Okay, postmodernism, they discard history as a valid subject. Okay, why? Because it is always, the discipline is always part of the agency, part of the institutions. That's what, if you remember, the communalistic stands. Okay, for example, if you take the historical personality called Akbar. Okay, Akbar was a Mughal, one of the greatest Mughal medieval ruler of Indian subcontinent. Okay, when I say the Indian subcontinent, if a Pakistan wanted to write their political history, or they wanted to write their medieval history, okay, say they can't write as separate. Okay, this is a part of Indian subcontinent. Okay, so what happening? Akbar was ruling the present Indian subcontinent and also present Pakistan. If you see how Akbar was positioned into two different historical texts, it reflects their association. Okay, for example, in modern times, okay, Pakistani academic text projecting Akbar as a kind of not as a great ruler. It is not projecting Akbar as a great ruler, because the point is that, okay, Akbar followed a different kind of otherwise I want to say kind of he was not a hardcore fundamentalist ruler like any other. Okay, he was having a kind of a very egalitarian perspective. That's why it reflected in his concept of the Milahi or Sulhi Kul. Okay, he's trying to experiment a different religious philosophy. He comes from the Sufist tradition. So what happening? It could not accommodate the political philosophy of the modern Pakistan. So their textbooks positioning Akbar in a negative shade. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that, okay, so history is always a kind of a discipline. It's associated with political power. So that's why what modern postmodernists are trying to say, at anyhow the discipline is talking about only privileged, okay, legitimized or dominant classes, okay, or other social groups. That's what they list out, that for example, the global context, the white. Okay, in the gender perspective, in the caste perspective, like Indian subcontinent, okay, it talks about the upper caste. So it is not giving value, or it is not giving importance to the holistic about the society. Okay, and also they had a three important. I'm talking about the zone thing that I am discussing about subaltern. Okay, following that question, the subaltern history became very important. Okay, they had a very important three important questions they are trying to make. Okay, what are the questions? They're questioning about this meta, the big narratives. Okay, because see, the history, it's talking about, I already said now, the Marxist school of thought, or otherwise even the total history, like annal schools, okay, even positivists, they're talking about the progress, social changes in the larger sense. Okay. For example, I already told you the society, it's transferred from savage to barbarian, from barbarian to modern human conditions. But remember, this changes was not uniform. Okay, not uniform, and also not touched everyone in same way. That's the argument. Okay, not come from everywhere at same time. Okay, people, the different social groups or different countries have a different narratives. Okay, the classical example, okay, is French Revolution. Okay, in 1789, French Revolution come with very progressive slogans like equality. The equality means treat everyone as equal. Unfortunately, what happening? Okay, the equality, the word, it is not extended to the women, or otherwise the third gender. Okay, so that the slogan indirectly talks about equality among the male. Okay, so it is not focusing on all the social groups. Okay, and another way, if you wanted to say, the concept of golden age or dark age. Okay, when we are talking about golden age or dark age, okay, do we really have golden age in the history or dark age in the history? Do we, if you have golden age or dark age, which age we are living at present? Living in the golden age or we are living in the dark age? So point is that history did not have this kind of a golden age or dark ages. Only the power or political groups, they determined what is golden age, what is dark age. For golden age for whom, dark age for whom. Okay, you got the point. So, for example, when we see the Indian history, okay, they're positioning golden age, Gupta period as a golden age. Why they are not positioning Mauryas? Okay, why they are not positioning Cholas as a golden age? Okay, why they are not positioning Vijayanagara Empire as a golden age or Palas? Okay, so the point is that the concept of golden age is also attributed to a certain kind of a political needs, and also dark age. If you wanted to study the Tamil historical text, the traditional conventional historical text, it positioned that the post Sangam age as a dark age. That means the before the rise of Pallavas, the 300 years considered as the dark age. Why it is considered as a dark age? The reasons are very interesting. What was interesting? Okay, they said that okay, the rise of Buddhism and Jainism. If I wanted to say Buddhism, the rise of Buddhism and Jainism, how it became a dark age for South India or Tamil society? Because Buddhism and Jainism is part of Indian tradition. Okay, and also it is the religion which is talking about equality, the religion which is talking about the whole how can I say, harmony in the society, the religion which is talking about peace in the society. So the spread of Islam, so Buddhism and Jainism, how it become a dark age. So the point what I'm trying to say is that in history there is no dark age or golden age. So that's why what happening. So these postmodernists are trying to questioning that how history is part of legitimacy towards the power. Okay. The second important question is that they're trying to question that the concept of authenticity. Okay. What is authenticity? So what we are trying to say when we are constructing, when we are writing about the past, we are trying to, for example, events happen, progress occurred. Okay. We are trying to say that it is happened accurately. Okay. Is it possible for us to develop this argument as very person can I say is scientifically prove that argument? It is very complicated actually. We can't able to prove. Okay, we can't able to prove. So what happening? They're questioning this concept of authenticity also. The third, they're questioning about they're critical about the language actually. Okay, what is language? Language is not just for the tool for the communication. Language is also a power. Language is also very important. Can I say? Language in sense means the documents. It's always closely associated with the power structure. Okay, so it will speak the language. Whose language? For example, if I'm reading the inscriptions, if I'm studying the inscriptions, okay, what language the inscriptions used to speak? The inscriptions used to speak the language of the power, the language of the elite, the language of the whose culture. So what happening? So the language also carried different social meanings. So what happening? This postmodern is questioning this concept of history. Okay. So to counter this, for example, you see the first three schools. Okay. The second three schools, like that's what I said. Now, positivist, Marxist are annals. Now the postmodernist is a kind of a juncture between these two different scientific historical writing. Now what happening? The another section of historical school came in India. Okay, so the subaltern school is very interesting. That if you whatever we discussed so far are Cambridge or otherwise Orientalist, okay, nationalist, we can see in the different parts of the world. Okay, but the subaltern historical tradition it come out of the Indian experiments. Okay, Indian experiments. Okay, it is talking about uncover the experiences. So, for example, the nationalist historian focus about the dynasties, the greatest empire, everything bigger, bigger, bigger. They used to talk meta narratives. Okay, when it is comes to the communist historian, they try to polarize. Their argument was centered on polarization of the different social groups. So the Marxist also discussing about the can I say the two different social classes, something. Okay, so but if you take even the later Marxist also, they're not giving importance to marginalized community. Okay, for the classical example is the okay. We are talking about the Chola Empire. Okay, but what happened to the peasants in the Chola Empire? We're discussing about the greatness of Vijayanagar Empire. But what was the condition of the marginalized and oppressed groups in this during in the time of Vijayanagar Empire? Okay, for example, caste question. Okay, peasant questions. All these things become very important. And the subaltern school, that means the history from below. Okay, they started to discuss about the people who are all downtrodden. Okay, how this concept came. Okay, Antonio Gramsci, one of the important philosopher of the modern time, an Italian Marxist thinker, coined this word called subaltern. Okay, and later Ranajit Guga, okay, he borrowed this particular term and improvised that as a kind of a historical methodology. Okay, what is the important aim of this particular school? It took challenge the dominant narratives. That's what I discuss about postmodernist argument. Okay, it questioned the dominant narratives and give voices to those historically excluded from the mainstream historical accounts. Okay, so another interesting point is that this particular discipline it is trying to talk about are giving priority to voices, experiences, and agents of the subaltern groups, including peasant, workers, women, indigenous people, or any other marginalized communities. And remember, what we discussed about total history, here also a new kind of a methodology is required. So what they did, they trying to do some kind of innovative ideology, innovative methodologies. Okay, and this is similar to kind of a total history, the annals tradition. They discussed about the interdisciplinary methods. Okay, like they're taking insights from anthropology, for sociology. For example, when we are starting this studying about the peasant, caste question is inevitable. So sociology is a discipline which could talk about the society as a holistic in its nature. So they are adopting sociological methodology in studying the society. Okay, so that in sociology also, that's why they have this particular specialization called historical sociology. Okay, so literature, cultural studies also providing a certain kind of methodological support to this particular school of thought. And also archival recovery. What is archival recovery? Remember, these people not having any historical agency to document their past. Very classical example is that I was working in Sikkim for nearly 7 years. Okay, the history of Sikkim started in 17th century. Okay, 1642 is considered as the formation of their monarchy. So that they consider that is the starting point of the history of Sikkim. But very unfortunate point is that when we are wanted to construct the history of Sikkim, we are not having any kind of a sources what we can able to do with the rest of India. So we have to completely depend on oral sources. And unfortunately, what happened? Sikkim is a kind of a remote and tribal state which was dominated by different tribal ethnic communities. Then numerically, they are not very dominant. Okay, for example, at present, the dominant communities in Sikkim, Lecha, Bhutia, also, okay, they are not having very dominant numbers. For example, if you take the census date, they are not having more than 1 lakh populations. Bhutia, the similarly. And if you see their language, some of the tribal groups in the Lepchas, in the Sikkim, they're lost. Okay, when a person in the community died, with them, their language also dies. When their language dies, their science and their knowledge about the nature, everything dies. So what happened? It is very important for a historian to recover their past, at least to document their language, something. Okay, so some of the NGOs are working for that. So what the subaltern groups are trying to see, they're trying to recover their historical past through different kind of a agency. Okay, that's what I said. So post-colonial history. What is post-colonial history? Remember, Orientalist or Cambridge School of History, they constructive certain kind of a text. Okay, certain kind of a narratives that they justify that why their rule was very important, or what is their contribution, how their superpower. Okay, but what post-colonial history is trying to see, it deconstruct what the Eurocentric perspective was, or colonial narratives. Okay, and you can able to see it's similar to nationalist, but it is adopting certain kind of a scientific temper in approaching the past. Okay, and they are questioning about the stereotypes of that's what they examine the so-called legacies of colonialism and resistance movements, because I already told you the sources also tell certain, can I say, it represents certain kind of a politics. So they are deconstructing that one. Okay, so following that, in the 1970s, globally also, in the Indian context also, a new school of thought comes very important. Okay, it's like a subgroup within the subaltern, we can say. But as a globally, if you wanted to see, gender history become one of the important school of thought. Okay, it played a very important role. So how many minutes I'm having? How long I can take a presentation?
You can complete the attendance within 5 minutes. You can.
Okay. Thank you. So what happened? Our women's history became very important, our interdisciplinary field. Now, for example, you have to remember from meta-narrative, we are coming and started to focusing about certain historical identities. Okay, when we are talking about subaltern, they give importance to peasant. Okay, and when they're talking about peasant, remember the society was polarized. Not, I don't want to say the word polarized. Okay, society compromised into two different gender entities. Okay, don't only think that binaries and non-binaries. For example, male and female, and also non-binaries like, for example, the transgender. Okay, LGBTQ also existing. But remember, to can you say, to document their history is also very complicated actually. Okay, so what happening? This gender history, we used to say it's a kind of a compensatory history. Okay, they're, for example, they're not going to create a new kind of a sources. Already existing sources, they're trying to explore a new kind of a perspective. For example, they're giving importance to the power dynamics in the society. What is the power dynamics? For example, the concept of patriarchy, why the male and women, so male and female, are men and women are equally or have the similar number, but still what happening? The recorded past, it always giving or otherwise say giving a kind of a edge to past. Okay, the past of the only male. Okay, the public sphere. If you see the society into two different sphere, public or private. Okay, the public sphere, it included, okay, the society, religion, law, governance, everything. Okay, it is always meant for a masculine world. Okay, when it comes to private sphere, a family, okay, say marriage, then can I say uh, the other important elements within the family as a unit. Okay, women are not dominated, women are kept in that one. But what happening, the past as a recorded history, it's always talking about the men in the society. So what happening, the women, and also not only a women, and also they're not able to talk about this power dynamics. Okay, masculinity, femininity, and other gender identities. Okay, so this gender history became very another important school of thought. It's an interdisciplinary field. Okay, trying to study about the role of gender. Okay, and also it is trying to uncover the voices of and the experiences of women, men, and gender non-conforming individuals. Okay, gender non-conforming individuals in that sense means are transgender. Okay, it was overlooked by how the traditional mainstream society used to look. Remember, I wanted to tell one more point that, okay, I already told you that history is also a discipline which reflect what the changes that was taken place in the society. Why gender history is very popular in the 1970s? If you locate, that became very interesting argument. In the 1970s, what happening? United Nations Organization declared, can I say, 1970s, okay, so as a decade of a women. 1970s, okay, a decade of a women. So what happening? They started to funding to different academic agencies about different studying about women and gender as an important research component. So sociologists started to adopt women's questions or gender questions. Anthropologists also adopted things. So similarly, what happened? The historians also started gender as an important social component. Okay, so what they're trying to study about women in 5 different spheres. Okay, for example, I just listed the 5 different sphere. One is that where women are completely dominated. Okay, for example, the nurse. If you go and see, if I use the female nurses, but the word nurses only describe about women, and also the midwives. If you see the history, midwives played a very important role where women are dominated. And also if you take, so if you wanted to study about the nurses, it is very easy for us to go and document and all those things actually. Okay, and some of the field where women are equal in number, for example, families, classes, or ethnic minorities. So it is very complicated patriarchal notions, and some of the field it is very complicated to document the experiences of women. For example, factory work and historiography. Okay, we are all come from the same discipline called history. If you read the historiography, it is very tough to find the women in the text actually, and also very tough to find in the historiography also. So, which because of the subjectivity, because of the masculine bias, because of the patriarchal nature, we are not able to study about the existence of women, or we are not able to study about the power dynamics among the gender. Okay, so this is another important school. Then environmental history became one of the another important school. Okay, because remember I studied about how natural environmental the changes throughout the history. One of the important component in environmental history is like biological imperialism. Okay, don't think that human conquered another world actually. Sometimes plants also conquered or otherwise what can say, environmental also. One geography, for example, one geographical element could conquer another geographical element. Classical example is tea plantation. Tea plantation is not part of the Indian history. Okay, tea is not a part of the Indian cushion. Okay, but in the 17th, 18th century, what happened? The European introduced a tea plantation, a culture of drinking tea among us. If you go to entire hill territory, hill regions, completely what happened? The tea plantation completely destroyed our Indian environment. Okay, so the environmental history has become very important and also new discipline emerged in the 1970s and 80s. Following that, cultural history, one component, and social history. And very interestingly, in modern times, digital history also played a very significant role. Okay, what is digital history? How our technology, can I say, this is two way we can able to interpret. Okay, one is that how we can use technology to study the past. Okay, or otherwise we can think about so far what we have discussing about human beings, nature, all the things. Now we are thinking about the immaterial things like a web, okay, and the digital world. So these are all very important changes or trends that was developing in the history. Okay, one of the another important discipline, science and technology. So I wanted to discuss about that with the digital history. So, but what I'm trying to say is that when the historian also have to always, can I say, understand what is the discipline, the trends that was taken in the particular discipline, and we have to equip the methodology of the particular trend. So with that things, what happening, we can be able to bring a kind of a interesting in our studying about the past, not only studying about the past, and also it is giving a kind of a new kind of a dimension towards our discipline also. Thank you.
Thank you, Jivan. It was excellent presentation. Now it's open for discussion. So participants can ask any questions and clarifications to the resource person. Please respond to the participants. It's open for discussion. Any questions from any NRC participants? Yeah.
The trends of history, sir. But it's an post-colonial structure later present going on. And there is a crony capital structure political system or war become a part and parcel in the globe. There is a recent trends is that middle class domination, recent politics. There is a
Sir, your voice is breaking.
fact, there is a trend, more present trend in history. You can audible, sir?
Sir, your voice is breaking.
There
Yes,
is
sir,
a-
voice is breaking. Make it nice, sir.
Hello? Hello? Hello, Jevan. Hello,
Yes,
you're
sir.
audible?
Please, sir, please, sir. Sir, you're audible, sir, yes, sir.
There is a chronic capitalistic society, there is a present going on in the world. He says that the 15th century onwards, the impact on the world is the impact of historiography, trends in historiography. So, present
Yes, sir.
chronic capital structure and there is a chronic capital structure division of society and the middle class domination. How do we can see the present trend in history? What is the marginals and surveillance, the identity system and society, the trend of history, sir?
So you are trying to ask me that how this concept of crony capitalism to
Crony
study
capital
about
structure.
history, sir? Huh? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, crony capitalism, it is developed a kind of a new concept from the what do you say, from the 1990s. So am I audible?
Yes, yes, can audible.
Yes, sir. So it's a part of the modern society, but when we are talking about how it is making impact on the society, it is very interesting, sir. Why it's very interesting in the sense means history without a kind of a agency, it is not possible for us to study. Okay, sir. So in the sense, what happening, the concept of crony capitalism, or otherwise crony capitalist, or otherwise their position and their role, sir, it is very, can you say, blurred with the state actually. Okay, blurred with the state, the concept of state. So it is very, for example, when we are talking about colonial structure, so that we can able to differentiate what is colonial structure and also what is the different state structure that was there, capitalist structure is okay. But if this crony capitalism was like a disguised within the state structure. So what happening, for example, so it may be very controversial. So the economic changes or any policy the government of India or any government in the world, especially among the third world countries which they are bringing, it is very tough to study, sir. Okay, and for example, world, the digital history, okay, we are using different kind of a softwares like Google Scholar, or otherwise we are using this WebEx. These are all cutting across the state. So it will take a little bit longer time. Okay, because history is a discipline, it's having own restrictions. So it will take another 30 to 40 years to understand how this particular, what kind of a methodology we can adopt to study about this particular social dynamics. And another interesting point is that even historians, I told you, sir, in the 1990s only they started to talking about the concept of Dalit, or among the marginalized community. The concept of Dalits also emerged in the 1990s. So it will take another 30 years or 20 years to study about what kind of impact they created on the modern society, because we are living and we are experiencing same thing. Okay, sir. So we can't able to respond to that society. If we respond also, we can't know that how it is impact on the different social groups. So it will take, as a sociologist, it is easy for us to study. For example, when you're walking on the street, we can able to see the different posters, different street arts that reflect that different changes that was taken in the society. But as a historian, you need a space to study. So I think it is not possible at present. It will take a couple of decades to create. Am I audible?
Audible, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir. So what my understanding is.
Doctor, good afternoon. Doctor, good afternoon. This is Gangadhar.
Yes, sir.
Doctor,
Okay, thank you, sir.
may I audible, doctor?
Okay, any
You're
other
audible,
questions?
sir.
Any other participants?
Doctor, thank you for your
Thank you very much.
interesting and informative and highly thought-provoking lecture, doctor. I am not going to pose a question, no. What I required from you, no. History as a discipline. May I audible, doctor? Doctor, may I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. So please.
Yes. Sir, my submission is history as a independent discipline was emerged during the 18th and after 18th century, right? Before that one, what about history? History was such a part of the social sciences. If it is, what was the university which first established as a history special discipline, please? Thank you, doctor.
Can you type it, sir? Hello? Hello?
Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, please.
No, sir, just type it, sir. I will answer to that one. I could not understand. Last one only I can understand. Doesn't matter. Hello?
Sir, his question
Yes, sir.
is, history is a part of social science, number one. And number two is whether the history is as a discipline which is emerged in 18th century or before that or 18th century onwards. So kindly respond to his questions too.
Okay, the history, first question is that history is part of social science. Hello, am I right? First question is that is history is a part of social science. Second question is that before 19th century, is there a history discipline was there? Is that question?
Right,
Hello?
right question.
Okay. When we are talking about history belongs to social science, I agree with that argument, because the discipline called science have a different methodology, and they wanted to experiment actually. But in history, we can't experiment, but we can able to, because we are discussing about the human beings actually. So in that sense, what happening, we can't, there is no, not, I can say, what can say, I'm not considering that social science is a lesser discipline, but history is part of social science because of its nature. We can't experiment, we can't able to reproduce anything like the way the can't trust that history is part of social science discipline. But we are also, we are not, how can I say, we all the social science disciplines also, they use scientific temper in studying about that particular subject. So we are not lesser than any science discipline or any kind of a scientific methodology. And we are also not static with the way others are used to think. They used to say that, hey, why we are always thinking about the past? It's not like that. So we are also very dynamic. That's what we are discussing, all the trends that was taken place globally. Then the second question, that before history was there or not, history was there since ancient times. But remember, as a separate discipline, that's what the presentation, the beginning of the presentation, the concept of professionalization. The concept of professionalization came in this 18th and 19th century only. Before that, we can't say that it was a professionalized history. For example, when we are talking about Orientalist, they also discussed about past. For example, James Mill. And not only James Mill, if you take Caldwell, if you take many other Orientalists, they used historical methodology, but the problem is that it needs some kind of a scientific temper. So with the intervention of the positivism in the history, that make or ensure that history also a kind of scientific discipline. Remember, don't think that social science means we are, can I say, we are living in the kind of imagination and or we are fabricating the historical facts. It is not like that. We are also using some kind of a scientific validity in studying about the past. Archaeologists, fortunately, they are not having a problem when we are working on the ancient or medieval or modern. So we have this problem, but this concept of positivism, they are how they are focused, how they are using the sources, and if you are using the different methodologies, for example, annals or gender, so we are also not far equally much better, or can I say much better than scientists actually, because scientists are there living in some kind of a artificial environment and creating certain things. But we are living at the present, we are encountering the society to, for example, the earlier they asked me about chronic capitalism. Okay, so we are experiencing what is happening in the society. So the history is very dynamics in that sense, and we are also scientific, sir. But before 19th century, the concept of professionalization was not there, but the history was there before that also.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you. Okay, sir.
Last question from NRC, Anandapur.
Question is, whether Marxist school of thought and the subaltern school of thought is different. Our post-colonial period, the subaltern school of thought emerged. Both the thoughts are dealing with the downtrodden and marginalized communities. Is there any difference between?
You are talking about post-colonial and subaltern school, sir. The difference between the post-colonial and subaltern.
Yeah.
Yeah. So post-colonial, they are not having any kind of a primary focused group. Okay, they are relooking the colonial documents or otherwise the experience. How can I say, the colonial experiences, how they made an impact on the society. Okay. So, but when it is talking about subaltern, it is having a certain kind of a focused group, and it is not only talking about the counter to the colonial narrations, and it go beyond that also. For example, that's what I gave the example about the Cholas. We discuss about meta narratives. Okay, like Cholas, the greatest emperor who conquered the entire Southeast Asia. We discussed that one. But what is the role of in the Cholas time? Okay, so when we are talking about post-colonial sense, that is deconstructing the colonial narration, and also it focusing about unfortunately, they're not having any historical agency. When I say historical agency, they know where there to document their experiences. So that's why the subaltern perspective it's a little bit more complicated. Why I'm saying complicated in the sense means it need more creative or innovative to explore the sources or documenting the past. So that is a major difference I felt, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Now I request the NRC Srikakulam to give vote of thanks. Please respond, NRC Srikakulam.
Srikakulam responding. Sir, on behalf of Commissioner of College Education, Andhra Pradesh, and Nodal Resource Centers, I would like to thank Jeevanathan Garu, resource person of the session. So, who highlighted on the topic trends trends in history. So, in this topic, we discussed about the various schools, various social sciences subjects such as anthropology, social geography, and how they are influencing each other, and how they are integrated with each other, and also different schools such as the Cambridge School and the Natural History, the Communist History School and Empress History, and Marxist History School and the Short History School, and subaltern and post-colonial history and gender studies history and environmental history and social history and digital history, and how they are discussing about different types of contributions they contributed to the history, such as Marxist history studies about the understand the historical development to the class struggles. And whereas when it comes to communal school of history, focus on the narratives of the communal identity, and the communal histories can be influenced by national religion and like this. So I highlighted participants on this topic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I would thank you, Jeevanathan sir, for this excellent presentation. Thank you so much, sir. I will get back to you. So after 15 minutes break, so you can assemble after 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jeevanathan sir. So I will get back to you.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you all.
Thank you.
వినిపిస్తుందా?
ఫోకస్ అది
ఎవరు
వినిపిస్తుందా?
ఎవరు మాట్లాడేది?
డాక్టర్ మహేష్ నాయక్.
సార్ వినపడుతుంది వినపడుతుంది. రెడీ.
I will start video.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ. మేము ఇక్కడ ట్రై చేస్తున్నాం కనెక్షన్ ఇచ్చేదానికి.
Voice is clear?
ఓకే సార్, క్లియర్ క్లియర్. వెయిట్.
Hello. Hello.
సార్ పీపీటీ అందరికి కనపడుతుందా?
Yes, sir.
Please respond.
Sir.
ఓకే, ఇస్ ఇట్ ఆడిబుల్ సార్?
Yes, sir.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Audible, yes. Audible and visible also.
సార్ క్లారిటీగా వినపడుతుందా?
Sir, your voice is audible, sir.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ. పీపీటీ సార్, పీపీటీ కనపడుతుందా?
It's visible, sir. కనబడుతుందండి.
ఓకే సార్ వినపడుతుందా? ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. సార్, ఇస్ ఇట్ ఆడిబుల్?
Sir, audible, sir.
ఓకే.
అని కొద్దిగా కెమెరా అయితే బ్యాక్ ఈ డైరెక్షన్ తో
ఇప్పుడు మనం పక్కన పెట్టండి. ఇది నాకు ఇది క్లోజ్ చేసుకోండి. అట్లా మనకి కనపడకు కూడా పెద్ద కష్టం ఉండే. ఇప్పుడు డబ్బులు ఇస్తా. నేను యానిమేషన్ ఇచ్చాను, యానిమేషన్స్ రావడం లేదండి. డైరెక్టర్ వస్తుంది, యానిమేషన్స్ ఇచ్చాను. ఇది డబ్బులు ఇస్తే ఏమన్నా వస్తున్నాం అనుకుంటున్నా.
లేదు డబ్బులు ఇస్తే మళ్ళీ మీకు చెడిపోతుంది.
అవునా? అంటే యానిమేషన్స్ చాలా బాగా
గ్రూప్లంతా రెండు పక్కల తిరగాలంటే కాల్ అయిపోయింది.
చెప్పండి.
మెసేజ్ పోతాను, బర్నింగ్ వచ్చి పోతాను.
స్టార్ట్ చేయించేసి మళ్ళీ
డిస్ప్లే ఆడబోతుంది, భయం అవుతుంది నాకు. డిస్ప్లే పోయింది అనుకో, ఫోన్లో కింద పడబోతాను. క్లోజ్ చేస్తావా?
నువ్వు ఉన్నాను మనకి ఎందుకంటే అది పోయింది అనుకో వాట్సాప్ తొందరగా మళ్ళీ లింక్ కరెక్ట్ అంటే కాలేదు కదా. నువ్వు అందుకని దాన్ని అట్లా ఇవి క్లోజ్ చేసేసి అవి కాదు మీరు క్లోజ్ చేసేస్తాను.
ఇప్పుడు నేను డౌన్లోడ్ చేసింది ఎటువంటిది
దానికి ఒక పని చేయి, దానికి ఒకటి
ఈ రెండు ఉన్నాయి.
కాదు ఇక్కడ ఇది తీసుకొని ఫోల్డర్, ఆ ఫోల్డర్లోకి తీసుకో.
యానిమేషన్స్ ఇచ్చాను. వాయిస్ స్టార్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత
సార్ ఇది పిపిటి కనపడుతుందా?
కనపడదు,
ఇది కనపడదు.
కనపడదు, నేను చెప్తాను.
అది ఇది షేప్. సార్
నాకైతే ఇద్దరు 4 కీబోర్డులు చేయడం ఒకేట్ అయితే ఈ కీబోర్డ్ కలపడం చూకపోతాను. నాకు
రెండు ఉన్నాయి.
వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినా ఇక్కడ పోయిందని వాళ్ళు ఫోన్ చేయడం అది పోయిందని. అట్లా కాదక్క, నేను ఆకలి నుంచి ఇక్కడికి తిని చెప్పండి. నా కాలం ఉండదు వద్దొద్దన్న అవుతాను.
అప్లోడ్ తర్వాత 620 స్క్రీన్ మీద ఉన్నటువంటి షేర్ చేయాలి.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. This is Gopi from NRC Anantapur. So today we have a beautiful lecture from our colleague, friend, Mr. Raj Muhammad. So this session will be introduced by NRC Kadapa. Sir, are you ready? NRC Kadapa?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
NRC coordinators of the agency. Dear colleagues, today I would like to introduce as speaker the technology. Lecturer, SSS, Mohammed Degree College, in Bukawatna, this of the side.
What's clapping?
You are applied in MBA, MPhil, PhD.
Sir, excuse me, sir. It's not audible, sir. Properly ledu, audible.
Sir, not clear.
Sir, now English, sir.
Voice not clear, sir.
Hello.
Gopi, sir.
Voice is breaking, sir.
Voice is breaking.
Hello. Sir. Hello.
So some more problem is there. So try it again.
Sir, now audible, sir.
Oh yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
It is great privilege to me to introduce Dr. V. Raj Muhammad, Lecturer in History, SS Government Degree College, Bukapatnam, Sri Satyasai Degree College. So he was renowned history lecturer in Andhra Pradesh degree colleges. He was student of University of Hyderabad. He was obtained his MA, MPhil, PhD degree from Hyderabad University. He had teaching experience in the lecture in history, 13 years of experience in teaching history. He is a writer of many books. He is a writer of BA and MA history textbooks for AFC, APCC, and also Nagarjuna University. And he was designed BA history, major and minor syllabus, as well as the tourism and archaeology. He is also a member of AP History Congress and World History Congress. He is also a member of Pedagogical Toolkit in the AFC. He has also contributed LMS videos to AFC and created nearly 500 YouTube videos for academic purpose and also competitive exams. So already we have visited some of the lecturers also visited the YouTube channels. He has actually was a digital historian in the YouTube channel. He was created many lessons in YouTube channels. It's very well accorded by the students, and also it's very useful to all the students of the community in the Andhra Pradesh state and also in the other states of the country. And he was also a teacher for the competitive examinations. His articles very useful to all the students community. He was writing his articles for Nodal newspaper for every week. It is very attractive and also informative and also well received by all the students of in the state. He's also written 21 research articles. Just in the APC Congress, his article was published and also he was received best research awardee by the APC Congress Association. He was also a member of the World History Congress, and he was also writer of and editor of Telugu Academy
books also. He was also one of the examiner for the group 1 examinations, and he was content development in the various universities. He was also board member of the various universities, colleges, and etc. He was delivered many lectures in various conferences, workshops, seminars, so on, so on. So as a young and dynamic lecturer of the Raja Muhammad, he had great future also because of his a very hardworking nature, and he was every day was using his talent to create the something. He was interested to put the he want to use this knowledge to the benefit of the students through his videos, through his articles. So I appreciate the Raj Muhammad sir to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for a brief introduction. Thank you so much. So today I'm going to talk about the NEP and the single major system. So what are the issues in single major system and how the single major system is implementing in our Andhra Pradesh government and how it is working in Andhra Pradesh government degree colleges. Especially what is the relation between NEP and history. So in this session, I am going to divide into two parts. In the first part, I am going to talk about the details about the NEP, National Education Policy, and the history. And the second part would be on history syllabus, entire syllabus. So we want to talk to each other. And we want to know the problems in history and how to overcome that issues and challenges. So first of all, I'm very much thankful to the commissioner for giving this wonderful opportunity, and I also thank to the Anil sir for giving this wonderful opportunity. So let me start with NEP. As we know, after getting independence, so we have different types of education system in India. But in 1986, so there was a new educational policy which focused on not only the primary education system, but also focus on the higher secondary and even distance education system. And they will give more importance to the education system to each and everyone in not only in Andhra Pradesh, but also at national level. So after 34 years, there is again new education policy was introduced by the central government. So we can call it as New Education Policy 2020, which is a landmark document and which aims to transform the Indian educational system at all the levels. So it consists of 65 pages only. So if you compare to 1986 education policy, so it is very concise and precise of the educational system. So what is the main aim of this 2020 education policy? There are certain goals. For example, if you take the Indian education system, so now education system is all from KG to PG. So it's a common for each and every student. And another important thing is the improving the quality in education system. As we know, if you compare to the developed countries like UK and USA and other European countries. So for example, if you take Oxford University or Cambridge University or Stoneford University, so they are maintaining some sort of standards in education system. But so we inspired from them, and we also in this education policy, so we had to introduce such type of quality standards in our education system. And another important thing is to promote the research and innovations. So nowadays, after completion of their PG, so they are stopping their research work and they are joining in some other works. And nobody is only 5% of the research scholars are doing new education system. Sir.
Sir, Telugu about
Telugu కూడా చెప్పమంటారా? Okay, sir. Rendu cheptanu, sir, for the benefit of the lecturers. So definitely I will do it, sir. Thank you, sir. So another important thing is, see, if you observe in the new education system, so there is a more importance given to the history, arts and culture, because arts and culture is both are included in our history. So if you read from page number 53 to 56, so they clearly mentioned that there is a close relation between Indian heritage and culture, and they have to give more importance to our history. So however, there is a number of critical issues that we need to be addressed in the new educational policy. So these are, for example, the transforming of education system. So it means we have some sort of knowledge, but we are not sharing that knowledge to the students. So this education system is focused on, so whatever we know, we have to be delivering our knowledge and sharing our knowledge to the students. And other important thing is the holistic development of the students. So which means, so once if you go to the college or classroom, so whatever we know, we are delivering our lecture and we are giving some information. So that is not, we have to give more importance to the emotional balance of the students and the social balance of the students. So we have to focus. అంటే మనం అన్ని రకాలైనటువంటి స్టూడెంట్స్ కు సంబంధించినటువంటి మొత్తం అన్నిటినీ కూడా వాళ్ళ యొక్క పర్సనాలిటీకి సంబంధించినటువంటి అన్ని కూడా మనం చూసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరము ఈ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ లో పెట్టారు. So at the same time, the flexibility is another important thing. See, for example, once if you completed your degree, so if you go to the central universities or if you go to the IIT Madras or any other reputed institutions, so there is a wide papers they are offering. So for example, if there are some 10 to 15 faculty members are in the department, so each and every faculty members are offering the paper. So the students may choose as per their interest. But this education policy is introduced such type of courses in our education system. But unfortunately, in our degree colleges, so we have some constraints. So we are not unable to given the more importance to the students, and we are giving some only few papers, and they have to take only that papers only. But in new education policy, so we have to offer more papers, and also the multidisciplinary approach is another important thing. So earlier we have interdisciplinary approach, which means so we can study only economics, history, sociology, or anthropology and other. But this education policy has given more importance to the multidisciplinary education system. So if you have interest, so you can take papers from the humanities, papers from the art, papers from the sciences, papers from the event management also. So that is why this education policy is very important, and even whatever the education policy is given the blueprint, so according to that we have framed the syllabus. So another important thing is the creativity and the critical thinking. These two is very important. We have to inculcate this scientific temper into the students. And another important thing is the conceptual understanding of the student. See, for example, we can take modern administration. So, or if you take Gupta administration or Delhi Sultanate administration, so there are some different types of concepts are there. For example, if you take ICTA system, so ICTA is a concept. So we have to explain in clear way, so to understand the students. So take each and every concept and you have to deliver whatever you know in the particular manner. Another important thing is, so the new education system has given more importance to develop the ethics and moral values in the student's mind. So this is a common paper for each and everyone in the degree level. So we have been implemented this one also. And another one is we have to develop the communication skills into the students, and also we have to cooperate with them, and sometimes so we have to give the teamwork, and we will get some knowledge from the students also. And another important thing is technology and innovation. So this new education policy has given more importance to develop the technology. Now we are all in social science background, so we don't know how to use the technology. So we are still using only chalkpiece and blackboard. And there are different types of technological innovations. There are some different tools. We have to catch up the technology and we can use. Nowadays, now we are living in the competitive world. So we have to use for example, nowadays even artificial intelligence. So there are different types of teaching tools are there. So we have to catch up the tools and we have to utilize in our teaching aids. So then only our lecture become more innovative and very interesting. And another important thing is, so integrity and transparency is also more important to our education system. So and another important thing is autonomy. So nowadays even APCC has to given more importance to the colleges to go for NAT, because once if you completed the NAT creating visit, so you may get the good grade, A plus grade, so you can apply for autonomy. So once if you got autonomy, so we will have some funds from the central government, and also we have some different kinds of education system we have to implement in the our education policy. And another one is continuous review process. So our CC has given already CIA, continuous internal assessment. This new education policy has given this, and according to that, this CAPCC is implemented this continuous review process. So even once if you completed your chapter, so you have to give some continuous internal assessment to the students also. And outstanding research, this is very important. So nowadays, so most of the research scholars are not doing very good research on because the lack of methodology and the lack of the infrastructure and the lack of institutions also. So we have to give more importance to the overall understanding of the research, and we have to inculcate the research temper in the students' minds. That is very important. And another important thing is based on the recommendations given by the new NEP 2020. So we have to change the total curriculum system, and we have changed the new courses. And earlier, if you compare to this new education system and the new syllabus, so you can compare the previous system. So we have 3 years of degree education system. So now that system is entirely washed out, and now we have implementing this new curriculum in our courses. So, and also there are some interdisciplinary courses we have included in our syllabus, and also included some multidisciplinary courses in our education system. So, and also there are some skill papers. For example, if we take skill knowledge paper, skill development papers, life skills paper. So these type of papers are introduced in our education system. So another important thing is internships. So internships are common for everyone. So after completion of first year, CSP is there, and second year, another short term, and third year. So we have one complete semester internships are there. Because why? Because we are not giving more jobs to the students. So we have to give some private jobs to the students. So we have to create some skills among the students. So that is why these internships are introduced in our curriculum system. And another one is integrated system courses also there. If you go to the central universities, if you go to the IITs, so there are some integrated courses, but unfortunately in our state universities, these integrated courses are not to be there. I think in the coming years, so we may introduce these integrated courses also. And another major change is earlier we have only 3 years degree, but now we have to introducing this 4 years to honors degree course. So 4 years, there is a multiple exist options. So if they completed 1 year, so they will get some certificate course, and 2 years diploma, and 3 years degree, and 4 years honors course will be there. So and the academic credits also, it is totally changed. So we have some academic bank. It is already there. So once if you completed one first year or second year, if they are not interested to continue in the same college, so they may be transferred the credits to other colleges. And the total examination system also, so we have to change it in the entire new education policy. See, you can observe this photograph. The total education system is within this photograph. Just you can observe. There is a technology used and how to integrate this technology, and how to improve our holistic development of the students, and how to inculcate the new technological innovations in their minds, and how the teachers are getting more importance, and how to get the research projects from the new education policy, and promoting higher education system, and effective governance and transparency, and everything is there. And other important thing is, what are the major challenges in our education system? See, the most of the lecturers, so 90% of the lecturers are facing the medium of instruction. So the government of AP has introduced this medium of English education system. So earlier we have Telugu. So Telugulo మనం మాట్లాడితే చాలా ఈజీగా మనం చెప్పగలుగుతూ ఉన్నాం. బట్ ఇంగ్లీష్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఒక్కసారిగా చెప్పడం వల్ల చాలా మంది, సో 90% of the lecturers and even the students, so most of the students are coming from the rural areas background. So they didn't understand what we are saying in the classroom, and even we are not able to give more information in the English language. So we don't have any other. So what can we do? So this is not faced by not only the students, even lecturers also facing this English medium of instruction. So we don't have any other alternative. The only alternative is we have to learn it. Even in the coming governments also, so we don't know whether they are going to implement the Telugu medium of instruction, or it may be continue the English medium of instruction. So once if you implemented English medium, so we have to follow. So the only thing is, so So we have to learn and we have to develop our communication through the English language only. So because English is a global language, so it is a, if you go to any country, so if you go to anywhere, so you will get a lot of knowledge from the English. So we have to improve our knowledge. So without the English communication skills, so we can't teach proper way in our classroom system. So I'm already talks about the research and innovative system. And another important thing is the lack of learning material. So earlier we have different types of textbooks we have available in Telugu medium. But now that Telugu medium is not be there and all the original material is available in only English language. So this English is a very difficult to understand by the students. Even some of the faculty members are also facing the problems. Even they are not ready to provide the material in English language. Because, for example, if you take El Bhasham, the wonder that was India, so we cannot understand because the words which he is used, that is very difficult. Each and every time we have to see the dictionary and we have to learn what is the meaning of that particular the concept. So the lack of learning material is also one of the major problem now we have been facing. And another important thing is quality of teaching and learning. So this is very, very important. So nowadays, so if you compare to the developed countries, our quality of teaching is really somewhat in backward. So we have to improve our teaching skills to use the innovative technological tools like artificial intelligence. See, even PPTs also, most of the lectures are not used these PPTs and just they are going to the class and they are delivering. Because sometimes, of course, there are some constraints, but we have to overcome it. And the lack of access to the higher education system. Because if you compare to the urban areas, so most of the people came from the rural areas. Once they completed their degree, so they are settled in some private jobs and they are getting, so they are earning some money. So they are not access to the higher education system. So we need to inculcate and we have to explain these are the opportunities we have in higher education system. So you can we can apply like this. These are the notifications. So we have to give some awareness about the higher education system. And another important thing is, so we don't have proper resources in our colleges. For example, if you take the rural colleges, so we don't have proper classrooms, even we don't have lights, even we don't have fans. Of course, this is one of the major obstacles in our education system. So I think the government may look into this and they may solve this problem. And even if we don't have the classrooms. Say, for example, if you take in our college, so we don't have classroom only, we have 6 classrooms and we are ready to offer the science courses. But due to the lack of classrooms, so we are unable to offer the science courses. So these problems are there. And also we have to use the technological tools as much as. And what is the use of this new education system? So I already told the holistic development of the students. So just you can observe this overall development. So we have to give more importance to not only to the giving more information to the students, and we have to educate the social structure of the society, and we have to give more importance to we have to understand the emotional balance and the mental balance of the students. So then only, so they will come to us and they will ask even in a simple manner. And another important thing is flexible learning and pathways. So earlier we have flexibility. If they are interested, so they can choose any papers. But now that the system is almost restricted in our colleges. But we have to give more importance. So because some of the interested students may choose that paper to another department. Sometimes if they are interested, so we have to give the chance to them to choose whatever they interest. So we don't want to restrict them. And another one is curriculum burden. So now this entire curriculum is changed. So this is one of the main burden to not only the students, but also even the faculty members. So because every faculty should learn the new important topics in our curriculum system. Because now we are teaching not in degree, we are teaching honors degree. So which means we have to give more information to the students. So we don't have any other alternative. So definitely we have to give more importance to the students and we have to understand the mindset of the students. We have to give more importance to them. And inclusive education system is also one of the very, very important aspect in the new education policy. So what is this inclusive education? Just you can understand these photographs, just you can observe. Inclusive education means there are different types of principles are included in the education system. See, for example, so curriculum updation, it is also part of that, and sometimes the training of teachers. So our APCC is very much interested to develop our communication skills and develop our capacity building. So that is why they are continuously conducting this type of programs. So this is also part of our inclusive programs. And another important thing is to give more awareness about the inclusive education system to the students. And another important thing is, so we have to identify the knowledge system of these students. So if you identify some of the core areas, and if they are interested, so they may go to the higher education systems like central universities and IITs and even other institutions. And another important thing is skill development courses also we have been introduced in our education system. And another important thing is professional development opportunities for faculty members. In the new education policy, so they have given more importance to the professional development. See, now we are under Madan Mohan Malave mission. So under this scheme, every faculty members have been training. So we are getting training and we have been updating our knowledge system. See, for example, nowadays we have been introduced to the skill-based knowledge system in our education. See, there are different types of skills having by the students. Even I don't have some skills, but somebody is doing some skills. See, if you observe this, see, somebody is very familiar with barber. So he is doing that work. Somebody is preparing for video and audio, and somebody is doing some other work. Somebody is doing some other work. So మనకున్నటువంటి డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ నాలెడ్జ్ లో స్కిల్ బేస్డ్ అనేటువంటిది చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఒక్కొక్క వ్యక్తికి ఒక్కొక్క రకమైనటువంటి స్కిల్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ స్కిల్ ను కానీ మనం ఐడెంటిఫై చేసినట్టయితే కనుక సో జాబ్స్ అనేటువంటివి చాలా ఈజీగా వస్తాయి. ఆ స్కిల్ ను ఐడెంటిఫై చేసేదానికి మనం ఈ న్యూ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ లో చాలా రకాలైనటువంటి స్కిల్ బేస్డ్ కోర్సెస్ అన్ని కూడా ప్రవేశపెట్టాము. ఆ స్కిల్ విద్యార్థుల్లో కానీ మనం ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి వాళ్ళను ఆ విధంగా మనం ప్రోత్సహించినట్టయితే కనుక డెఫినెట్ గా వాళ్ళు చాలా ఈజీగా ఆ యొక్క జాబ్స్ లో వాళ్ళు సెటిల్ అయ్యేదానికి ఛాన్సెస్ అనేటువంటిది ఉంటుంది. సో మన యొక్క టీచింగ్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ కూడా మనం పెంచుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. సో ఐ ఆల్రెడీ గివెన్ హౌ టు ఇంప్రూవ్ అవర్ టెక్నాలజీ అండ్ ఇన్నోవేషన్. సో నౌ వీఆర్ లివింగ్ ఇన్ ద కాంపిటేటివ్ వరల్డ్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజికల్ వరల్డ్. See, everything is in our hands. If you do something, so if you know some apps, so if you use that artificial intelligence, so you can do the wonders. So there are some courses are available in even online. So you can join in that courses. So you can learn how to use that new technological innovations in the education system. So then only we will give the more effective way of teaching methods in our education system. Otherwise, definitely we will in backward. సో మన లెక్చర్స్ అందరూ కూడా ఈ టెక్నాలజీని అందిపుచ్చుకోవాలని చెప్పి నేను చెప్తూ ఉన్నాను. అదే విధంగా లీడర్షిప్ స్కిల్స్ ను కూడా మనం విద్యార్థుల యొక్క వాళ్ళ యొక్క భావజాలాల్లో పెంచాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు మోటివేట్ ద స్టూడెంట్స్. వీ హ్యావ్ టు గివ్ పాజిటివ్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ ఎనీవే ఎనీ టైమ్. So we have to give creativity. That is very, very important. For example, if you see, if you take cine industry, see why Bahubali is very famous, because the director like Rajamouli is having some creativity. So such type of creativity we have to inculcate in our students' minds. సో ఇలాంటివన్నీ మనం చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. లీడర్ అనేటువంటి వాడు ఎప్పుడు ముందుండి నడిపించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఇలాంటి లీడర్షిప్ క్వాలిటీస్ ని కూడా మనం విద్యార్థుల్లో పెంచాల్సినటువంటి అవసరము ఎంతైనా కూడా ఉంది. అందుకే మనకు మెంటార్షిప్ అనేటువంటిది కూడా ఇచ్చారు. ఎందుకు ఇప్పుడు ఒక 10 మందిని 20 మందిని మనం మెంటార్ కింద ఇస్తున్నారు. ఎందుకు మనము ఆ మెంటార్ గా మనం ఎప్పుడైతే ఉంటామో అప్పుడు ఆటోమేటిక్ గా మనలో ఉన్నటువంటి లీడర్షిప్ స్కిల్స్ కూడా హౌ టు మెయింటైన్ అనేటువంటిది కూడా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో అందుకే లీడర్షిప్ క్వాలిటీస్ ను ఒక పక్కన విద్యార్థుల్లో పెంచుకుంటూ మనకు మెంటార్షిప్ పెట్టడానికి కారణం కూడా అదేను. నెక్స్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఇస్ కొలాబరేటివ్ లెర్నింగ్. కొలాబరేటివ్ లెర్నింగ్ అంటే ఏంటి సార్ అంటే ఏదైనా ఒక టాపిక్ ని ఇవ్వండి, అది విద్యార్థుల దగ్గర నుంచి చేపించండి. సో వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి అవుట్కమ్ బేస్డ్ తీసుకోండి. అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే కొలాబరేటివ్ లెర్నింగ్ స్కిల్స్ అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళ విద్యార్థుల్లో ఎక్కువగా పెరుగుతాయి. And there are some disadvantages of our single major system also. ఏంటి ఆ డిస్అడ్వాంటేజెస్? సో మనం ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పాము. ఒకటి ఇంగ్లీష్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ కానీ, ల్యాక్ ఆఫ్ నాలెడ్జ్ కానీ. ఇంకా మూడోది చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్, ఇన్సఫిషియెంట్ టీచర్ ట్రైనింగ్ అండ్ సపోర్ట్. See, if you go to the
rural colleges. Even the principals are not ready to support with us. For example, we are ready to able to establish the museums in our college, but we don't have room. So what can we do? So we are ready. మనమేమో కొత్తగా చేయాలనుకుంటాం. సమ్ టైమ్స్ మనకు కావాల్సినటువంటి రిసోర్సెస్ అనేటువంటివి మన కాలేజ్ వాళ్ళు కల్పించాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. అదే విధంగా గవర్నమెంట్ కూడా ఆ విధంగా ఆలోచించి మనకు కానీ రిసోర్సెస్ కానీ ఇచ్చినట్టయితే కనుక డెఫినెట్ గా మనం కూడా కొంత క్వాలిటీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇచ్చేదానికి అవకాశం అయితే కనుక ఉంటుంది. అదే విధంగా విద్యార్థుల యొక్క కంటిన్యూస్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ మీద మనం ఎక్కువ దృష్టిని కేటాయించినటువంటి అవసరము ఉంది. అదే విధంగా ఇంబ్యాలెన్స్ ఇన్ డిజిటల్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్. See, in our some colleges we don't have internet connections. In some colleges we don't have even systems, computer systems. So in some colleges we don't have digital classrooms. So what can we do? So అలాంటప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేయలేము. సో మనం ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ తో కొంచెం గట్టిగా మాట్లాడైనా సరే ఖచ్చితంగా మన యొక్క డిజిటల్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ ను ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరము ఉంది. వాళ్ళతో మంచిగా ఉండి మనకు కావాల్సినటువంటివన్నీ కూడా సమకూర్చుకోవాల్సినటువంటి బాధ్యత మన యొక్క లెక్చర్స్ పైనే ఉంది. సో కాబట్టి ఖచ్చితంగా మనం డిజిటల్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ ని ఎప్పుడైతే మనము కాలేజీలో ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్ చేసుకుంటామో అప్పుడే మనము చాలా చాలా బాగా టీచింగ్ మెథడ్స్ కానీ టీచింగ్ మెథడాలజీ కానీ మనం ఉపయోగించి చెప్తాము. అదేవిధంగా నారోయింగ్ ఆఫ్ సబ్జెక్ట్ చాయిస్ ఇది వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఏంటి సార్ నారోయింగ్? చాలా మంది మన యొక్క ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్ లో చాలా నేరోగా ఉంటారు. అంటే చాలా మంది ఏంటంటే కొత్త విషయాలు వస్తే మనం అడాప్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. యూఎస్కేస్ సిస్టమ్ ఇచ్చినటువంటిది పాలసీ. అందుకే సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు ఇన్కార్పొరేట్ ద న్యూ టెక్నాలజికల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ఇన్ అవర్ మైండ్స్. మనం ఎప్పుడైతే అవి తీసుకోలేకపోతామో అప్పుడు మనకు బర్డెన్ అనిపిస్తుంది. ఖచ్చితంగా మనం టీచ్ చేయలేము. సో మనం ఎప్పుడైతే కొత్తగా వచ్చినటువంటి విషయాలను మనం పాజిటివ్ వేలో ఆలోచించి అడాప్ట్ చేసుకోగలమో అప్పుడే మనము సిస్టమ్ లేక మనం ఎగ్జిస్ట్ కాగలుగుతాము. ఇప్పుడు చాలా మంది సో దే ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు రిటైర్, సో దే హ్యావ్ సమ్ 30 years of experience, but even they are not utilized the what is the technology, so how to use that PPTs and how to use the systems. So what is it? So it means so we are in backward. సో అందుకే మనం కొత్తగా వచ్చినటువంటి ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో అవన్నీ కూడా ఎప్పుడైతే మనము ఇన్కార్పొరేట్ చేసుకుంటామో పాజిటివ్ వేలో ఆలోచించుకుంటామో అప్పుడే మనం ఖచ్చితంగా మన యొక్క సిస్టమ్ లో బాగా ఎగ్జిస్ట్ కాగలము, ఖచ్చితంగా బాగా చెప్పగలము. లేకపోతే కనుక సరైనగా చెప్పేటువంటి ఛాన్స్ అనేటువంటిది ఉండదు. అండ్ స్టాండర్డ్ అనేటువంటిది చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో ఐ అబ్జర్వ్ దట్ చాలా మంది రియల్లీ ఇట్స్ ఏ షేమ్ టు అస్, they are using this VGS guides, test papers in the classrooms. See, as a faculty members, being a faculty member, so how can we use these test papers in the classroom in front of the students? Is it we are maintaining the standards? No, definitely ga manamu standards maintain cheyaledu. దయచేసి మన లెక్చర్స్ అందరికీ కూడా చెప్పేది ఒకటేను, మీరు అలాంటి ఏమైనా టెస్ట్ పేపర్లు కానీ గైడ్లు కానీ ఏమన్నా ఉంటే మీరు ఇంటికాడ ఎవరికి తెలియకుండా ఎవరికంట పడకుండా మీరు కావాలంటే చదువుకోండి, మీ నాలెడ్జ్కి ఏమన్నా ఉపయోగపడేది ఉంటే తీసుకోండి. దయచేసి క్లాస్ రూమ్లలో మాత్రము డోంట్ యూజ్ టెస్ట్ పేపర్స్ అండ్ ప్లీజ్ టీచ్ ద ఒరిజినల్ సబ్జెక్ట్. సార్ లోకల్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ నుంచి వచ్చారు, రూరల్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ నుంచి వచ్చారు, they are not understanding the language and they are not able to catch our points and they are not able to understand whatever we are going to teach in the classroom. So అది అందరికీ ఉంది, but being a teacher we cannot do that. మనం యాజ్ ఎ సబ్జెక్ట్ అనేటువంటిది నేర్పించాలి. సబ్జెక్ట్ అనేటువంటిది ఎప్పుడైతే నేర్చుకుంటారో అప్పుడే వాళ్ళకు అన్ని రకాలుగా హోలిస్టిక్ డెవలప్మెంట్ అనేటువంటి ఛాయిస్. అంతేగాని మనం సబ్జెక్ట్ చెప్పకుండా 5 క్వశ్చన్లు చెప్పేసి ఈ 5 క్వశ్చన్లే చెప్పండి, ఈ 5 క్వశ్చన్లే బట్టి కొట్టండి, ఈ 5 క్వశ్చన్లే ఎగ్జామినేషన్ లో రాయండి. సో మనకు వచ్చేటువంటి చాలా మంది మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది స్టూడెంట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ క్లోనిక్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ అంతా కూడా రూరల్ ఏరియా. సో అలాంటప్పుడు మనం వాళ్ళలో మన యొక్క ఎఫర్ట్ అనేటువంటిది కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉండాలని చెప్పడమే నా యొక్క కాన్సెప్ట్. మనం కూడా వాళ్ళపైన దృష్టి ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది, మనం కాదని చెప్పలేదు, బట్ అట్లా అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళకు సింపుల్ గా ఈ 4 క్వశ్చన్ చదువుకొని అవే రాయండి అవే బట్టి కొట్టండి అని చెప్పడం అనేటువంటిది ఎంతవరకు కరెక్ట్ అనేటువంటిది వీ హ్యావ్ టు థింక్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్. ఈవెన్ మాకు జైనులో చెప్పినటువంటిది అదే, బికాస్ ద హిస్టరీ లెక్చర్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ అప్డేటింగ్ దేర్ నాలెడ్జ్ అండ్ దే ఆర్ నాట్ యూటిలైజింగ్ ద న్యూ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మెథడాలజికల్ టూల్స్ ఇన్ అవర్ టీచింగ్. సో మనం ఎప్పుడైతే ఇన్నోవేటివ్ గా చెప్పలేకపోతామో, ఇంట్రెస్టివ్ గా చెప్పలేకపోతామో, ఆటోమేటిక్ గా స్టూడెంట్స్ కు ఖచ్చితంగా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనేటువంటిది ఉండదు. హిస్టరీ ఇస్ ఎ వెరీ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ సబ్జెక్ట్, బట్ వీఆర్ నాట్ టీచింగ్ ఇన్ ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వే. ఇంట్రెస్ట్ గా చెప్పగలగాలి, అప్పుడే విద్యార్థులు మనము పక్కన పోతానే మనం వచ్చి కూర్చొని వినాలి, అట్లుండాలి హిస్టరీ. సో అంతేగాని ఏదో సాధారణంగా వచ్చి ఏదో ఊరికేనే చెప్పేసి వెళ్ళిపోతే మాత్రము హిస్టరీని మనమే పాడు చేసినటువంటి వాళ్ళం అవుతాము. సో దయచేసి ఆ విధంగా చేయొద్దు. మీకు అందరికీ కూడా మంచి నాలెడ్జ్ ఉంది, మనం అందరం కూడా సబ్జెక్ట్ ను డెవలప్ చేసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఒక సర్టన్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ అనేటువంటివి ఖచ్చితంగా చేయాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. నేను అందరి గురించి చెప్పడం లేదు, కొంతమంది చాలా బాగా చెప్తున్నారు, కొంతమంది మీడియంగా చెప్తున్నారు, కొంతమంది ఇంకా లర్నింగ్ స్టేజ్ లోనే ఉన్నారు. కాబట్టి అందరూ కూడా కొంచెం పాజిటివ్ గా ఆలోచించి కొంచెం ఛాలెంజింగ్ గా తీసుకొని మనం బాగా చెప్పినట్టయితే కనుక విద్యార్థులు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు తప్పకుండా మన వైపుకి వస్తారు, హిస్టరీ సబ్జెక్ట్ తీసుకుంటారు. హిస్టరీని కాపాడుకోవాల్సినటువంటి బాధ్యత కూడా మన వైనే ఉంది. అందుకే ఇఫ్ యూ గో టు ద Lady Sriram College, if you go to the JNU, if you go to the Punjab Central University, Aligarh University, so there is a tough competition between the students to join in the history courses. But whereas in South India, so most of the students are taking only, they are preferring science subjects, engineering subjects, management subjects. Because why? Because we are not updating our knowledge. Even our commissioners are also insisted that many times. So you are not updating. You are not updating your knowledge. You are not changing your curriculum system. అశోకుడు ఎప్పుడో పురాతన కాలంలో చెట్టు నాటించాడు, ఇప్పటికి కూడా అదే చెప్తున్నారండి. సో ఏం రీసెర్చ్ ఏం జరగడం లేదా, కొత్తవి ఏం రావడం లేదా హిస్టరీలో? సో అని చెప్పి అడుగుతూ ఉన్నారు. దానికి మనం ఆన్సర్ చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఎంతైనా కూడా ఉంది. సో కాబట్టి న్యూ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీలో యాజ్ పర్ 2020 న్యూ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీ to bring about the positive transformation of the Indian educational system, and by critically examining the advantages and disadvantages, even stakeholders అంటే ఇక్కడ మనమేను. సో కాబట్టి ఆ న్యూ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ లో ఉన్నటువంటివన్నీ కూడా మనము ఆపర్చునిటీస్ అన్నింటినీ కూడా హోలిస్టిక్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ది స్టూడెంట్స్ పైన మనం ఫ్యాకల్టీని అందరూ కూడా అప్డేట్ చేసుకుని చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం అంతా కూడా ఉంది. సో ఇది ఫస్ట్ పార్ట్, ఇదంతా కూడా ఎన్ఈపికి సంబంధించినటువంటిది. నెక్స్ట్ పార్ట్ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు డీల్ అబౌట్ the entire curriculum system and the syllabus, what we are included in that syllabus and everything. So let us wait. Sir, please bear with us. ఓకే సార్, స్క్రీన్ కనబడుతుందా? ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్ ఎనీవన్ ఫ్రమ్ ఎనీ ఎన్ఆర్సి. స్క్రీన్ విజిబుల్ ఉందా? హలో
సార్,
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Visible screen is far away in some places.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Let us discuss about our new curriculum system. Sir, మీరు ఇక్కడ అబ్జర్వ్ చేయండి. సో ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ అనేటువంటిది 50 మార్క్స్ కి ఇక్కడ మనం సిలబస్ లో పెట్టడం జరిగింది. ఈ 50 మార్క్స్ కి ఎందుకు పెట్టాము అని అంటే కనుక, మనం ఆల్రెడీ కరికులం సిస్టమ్ లో న్యూ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీలో ఇచ్చినటువంటి దాని ప్రకారము సైన్స్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఆర్ట్స్ చదవాలి, ఆర్ట్స్ స్టూడెంట్స్ సైన్స్ చదవాలి. సో దే ఆర్ ఫర్గెట్ టు ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ దిస్ ఇండియన్ హెరిటేజ్ అండ్ కల్చర్. బట్ విత్ ద ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్ we approach to the APSI and we show that new education policy system, sir, there is a more importance given by the new educational policy. So you have to introduce at least one paper for common paper to each and every faculty and the students. Even అందుకే ఈ 50 మార్క్స్ పెట్టడానికి కారణం ఏంటంటే, మేమే APSI వాళ్ళ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళన్నీ కూడా సోషల్ వర్క్ మెథడ్స్ వేరే కోర్సులు పెట్టారు, హిస్టరీ కోర్సులు ఎవరు కూడా పెట్టలేదు. సో అక్కడ తీసుకెళ్లి ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ లో న్యూ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీని తీసుకొని వచ్చి, సార్ మీరు దీంట్లో పెట్టారు, మీరు ఖచ్చితంగా హిస్టరీ పేపర్ ఒకటి ఉండాలి, 50 మార్క్స్ అనేటువంటిది ఇట్స్ ఏ కామన్ పేపర్ టు ద నాన్ సైన్స్ అండ్ సైన్స్ స్టూడెంట్స్. వాళ్ళు కూడా చదువుకోవాలి కదా. అంటే మా హిస్టరీ మీరు ఎట్లా ఫర్గెట్ చేస్తారు సార్, వై యు ఆర్ నెగ్లెక్టింగ్ అవర్ హిస్టరీ అని చెప్పి సిసి వాళ్ళతోనూ మరియు యాప్సీ వాళ్ళతోనూ మాట్లాడి అప్పటికప్పుడు రెయ్యి సిలబస్ అంతా కూడా ప్రిపేర్ చేసి విద్యార్థులకు పెట్టడం జరిగింది. సో నౌ దేర్ ఆర్ 6 కోర్సెస్ ఇన్ మల్టీ డిసిప్లినరీ. ఈ 6 కోర్సెస్ లో కూడా సో 90% ఆఫ్ ది స్టూడెంట్స్ ఆర్ రెడీ టు టేక్ దిస్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ యాజ్ ఏ ఆప్షనల్. ఈ కోర్స్ అనేటువంటిది ఈ రోజు మనం పెట్టాం కాబట్టి ఈ రోజు మనం గర్వంగా చెప్పగలుగుతున్నాం. ఒకవేళ ఇది సిలబస్ లో కానీ మనం లేకపోతే ఈ రోజు మనం ఎన్ని పోస్టులు కోల్పోయేటువంటి వాళ్ళము, ఎంత మనం లాస్ అయ్యేటువంటి వాళ్ళము. సో కాబట్టి ఏదైనా చేంజ్ వచ్చినప్పుడు వీ హ్యావ్ టు రెస్పాండ్. వీ నో ద మూమెంట్స్, వీ హ్యావ్ బీన్ స్టడీయింగ్ ద రివోల్ట్స్, బట్ వీఆర్ నాట్ ఇంప్లిమెంటింగ్ దట్ ఇన్ ద ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్. సమ్ టైమ్స్ అవసరమైనప్పుడు మనము ఒక పాజిటివ్ గా రెస్పాండ్ కావాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. హైయర్ అఫీషియల్స్ తో మనం మాట్లాడాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. మనకెందుకు లే అని చెప్పి మనం ఇలానే ఉంటే మనం ఇలానే ఉంటాము. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు చేంజ్ అవర్ యాటిట్యూడ్, వీ హ్యావ్ టు చేంజ్ అవర్ మైండ్ సెట్. సో దెన్ ఓన్లీ డెఫినెట్ గా మన సబ్జెక్ట్ మనం కాపాడుకోగలుగుతాం, లేకపోతే కష్టం అవుతుంది. అందుకే ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇక్కడ కామన్ పేపర్ గా ఇది పెట్టాము. ఈ రోజు విద్యార్థులంతా కూడా ఈ పేపర్ తీసుకున్నారు. ఎందుకు ఇది పెట్టాము అని అంటే కనుక, సో వీ హ్యావ్ గివెన్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ టు ద కాంపిటేటివ్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్. మనకున్నటువంటి ఏకైక ఆయుధం అది. సో మరి అలాంటప్పుడు మనం ఎందుకు దాన్ని మనం ఆయుధంగా తీసుకోకూడదు, ఎందుకు మనం విద్యార్థుల్లో మనం చెప్పుకోగలం? సో మిగతా సబ్జెక్ట్స్ వాళ్ళు మా సబ్జెక్ట్ అంత గర్వంగా చెప్పుకుంటున్నారు, బట్ వై ఈ యూనిట్ లో చాలా మంది నేను కొన్ని పేపర్లు చూశాను, టెస్ట్ పేపర్లు చూశాను. సో వీ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు గివ్ టోటల్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ ఇన్ దిస్ సబ్జెక్ట్. మనం 50 మార్కులకు జస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ హైలైట్స్ ఆఫ్ ది ఏన్షియంట్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇక్కడ ఏన్షియంట్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ అండ్ కల్చర్ చెప్తాము. సో వాట్ ఈస్ హిస్టరీ 2-3 డెఫినేషన్ చెప్తాము. ఎవల్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ మ్యాన్ 2-3 థియరీస్ చెప్తాము. డైరెక్ట్ గా ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళిపోతాము, సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ అండ్ హరప్పన్ సివిలైజేషన్ లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతాం. అంతేగాని వీ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు టీచ్ ఎంటైర్ హిస్టరీ టు ద నాన్ సైన్స్ students, because they are coming from the different backgrounds. They are coming from the science background, they are coming from the literature background, they are coming from the even commerce and other ethics management background. So we have to give. అందుకే చూడండి సిలబస్ లో కూడా చేంజ్ చేసాము, సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ మార్చాము. ఇక్కడ చూడండి నెక్స్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఇస్ జైనిజం అండ్ బుద్ధిస్ట్ ఫిలాసఫీ మాత్రమే ఇక్కడ పెట్టాం. అంతేగాని మొత్తము జైనిజానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి అన్ని చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం లేదు. మేము ఇక్కడ ఏదైతే సిలబస్ లో క్లియర్ గా ఇచ్చామో అవే మీరు చేయాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. డైరెక్ట్ గా అశోక ధమ్మ పాల్సిండేకి వెళ్ళిపోయాం, ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాబట్టి. అంటే కొన్ని మెయిన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ హైలైట్స్ మాత్రం మనం చెప్పాం. ఇక్కడ ఎంటైర్ సిలబస్ 50 మార్కులకు మనం చెప్పాలంటే ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఏ ఈజీ టాస్క్ విత్ ఇన్ 2 hours. అందుకే సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ అండ్ గుప్తా పీరియడ్, బికాస్ దే కేమ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద సైన్స్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్. So then they want to know, science is there in history, technology is there in history. So they need to understand the trade and commerce in history from the commerce background. So that is why we have to change the entire syllabus. So next, chronology of various dynasties ante meer anni dynasties gurinchi just వాళ్ళు ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు పరిపాలించారు, ఎవరెవరు పరిపాలించారు, వాళ్ళ కాలం ఏందో చెప్పాలి అంతే. అంతేగాని వాళ్ళ గురించి పూర్తిగా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇవ్వాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం లేదు. బికాస్ ఎవ్రీ వీక్ వీ హ్యావ్ ఓన్లీ 2 hours. మరి 2 hours ఇవన్నీ చెప్పాలనా? లేదు. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు ఫాలో ద ఎగ్జాక్ట్ సిలబస్ టు వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ ప్రిస్క్రైబ్డ్, దట్స్ ఆల్. అన్ని కూడా చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం లేదు. నెక్స్ట్ మిడివల్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ చెప్తాం. ఢిల్లీ సుల్తానేట్ రూలర్స్ అంటే బ్రీఫ్ గా ఢిల్లీ సుల్తానేట్ లో ఎవరెవరు పరిపాలించారు వాళ్ళకి సంబంధించినటువంటి 2-3 పాయింట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అంతే. అంతేగాని పూర్తి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇవ్వాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం లేదు. అది వాళ్ళకు వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే ఫ్రమ్ ఏన్షియంట్ టు మోడర్న్ వరకు కూడా వాట్స్ హ్యాపెనింగ్ ఇన్ హిస్టరీ అనేటువంటిది దే నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్. అండ్ అలావుద్దీన్ ఖిల్జీ, మహమ్మద్ బిన్ తుగ్లక్ యొక్క ఇక్కడ రిఫార్మ్స్ ఇచ్చాం. ఈ రిఫార్మ్స్ గురించి బ్రీఫ్ గా చెప్పండి, ఎందుకంటే సో దే చేంజ్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్ ఇన్ అవర్ హిస్టరీ. సో కాబట్టి అవి మాత్రమే చెప్పండి. నెక్స్ట్ గ్రేటర్ మొఘల్స్ అంటే మొఘల్ హిస్టరీ అంతా చెప్తున్నారు. నో నీడ్ టు టెల్ ద టోటల్ మొఘల్ హిస్టరీ, జస్ట్ యూ కెన్ గివ్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ హైలైట్స్ ఆఫ్ మొఘల్ రూలర్స్, దట్స్ ఆల్. We don't want to give the Mughal total history, just brief introduction and the concepts we have to inculcate in the students' mind. And Akbar religious policy, just give some 3-4 important points. That's all. Art and architecture, సో ప్రతి సైన్స్ గురించి బ్రీఫ్ గా చెప్పండి, అంతేగాని మనకు చెప్పినారని చెప్పి మనకు ఉండేటువంటి నాలెడ్జ్ అంతా కూడా సైన్స్ నాన్ సైన్స్ స్టూడెంట్స్ కు చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరము లేదు. ఇది చాలా మంది ఇది చేస్తున్నటువంటి మెయిన్ ప్రాబ్లమాటిక్ ఇన్ అవర్ కరికులం సిస్టమ్. సో అండ్ అదర్ వన్ ఇస్ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ మోడర్న్ ఇండియా. ఇక్కడ ఎకనామిక్ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాకి ఎక్కువ ప్రాధాన్యత ఇచ్చాము. పొలిటికల్ హిస్టరీ అనేటువంటిది వీఆర్ ఆల్వేస్ టీచింగ్ ఇన్ అవర్ క్లాస్ రూమ్స్. బట్ పొలిటికల్ హిస్టరీ కంటే కూడా ఎకనామిక్ హిస్టరీకి మోర్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇవ్వాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. అందుకే కల్చరల్ హిస్టరీకి, ఎకనామిక్ హిస్టరీకి, టెక్నాలజికల్ హిస్టరీకి, సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ హిస్టరీకి మోర్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇవ్వడం అనేటువంటి జరిగింది. సో ఇక్కడ కూడా వాట్ వాస్ ద ఇంపాక్ట్ ఆఫ్ బ్రిటిష్ రూల్ గురించే చెప్పాము. అంతేగాని మీరు అంతా కూడా చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం లేదు. మనం సిలబస్ లో ఏదైతే ఇచ్చామో అదే ఫిక్స్ చేసుకోండి, అదే చెప్పండి. సోషల్ రిఫార్మ్ మూవ్మెంట్స్ కానీ జస్ట్ బ్రీఫ్ గా ఎందుకు సోషల్ రిఫార్మ్ మూవ్మెంట్స్ వచ్చింది, వాట్ ఆర్ ద కాజెస్ ఫర్ ది లెట్ ఆఫ్ సోషల్ రిఫార్మ్ మూవ్మెంట్స్, and what are the important social reformers and what they did. That's all. No need to give the entire information. And 1857 revolt, what are the causes only? And no need to give consequences and all these things. Just explaining brief manner. And Indian national movement is very important for all the competitive examinations. Even they came from different backgrounds, so they need to study the Indian history is a common subject in gender studies part. So if you see any competitive exam, if you take the civil service, group 1, group 2 or any other competitive examination, there are 30 questions from Indian history. So most of the bits came from the modern Indian history. So we have to give important highlights of the Indian freedom struggle. So and another thing is, here we have given some 15 to 20 books, reference books. Sir, in the book, మీరు ఇచ్చింది 3 chapters కు ఇన్ని బుక్లు ఎట్లా సార్ చదివేది అంటారు. So as being a lecture, we know the important books, but we have to pick up 1 or 2 important books and we have to refer such books to the students only. We don't want to refer all the books because it's a common course for degree students. Common course for degree students. So కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ నేను ఇచ్చినటువంటి 2-3 బుక్స్ మాత్రమే. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు ఏన్షియంట్ ఇండియాకు మీరు ఏది తీసుకుంటారు, ఆర్ఎస్ శర్మ తీసుకుంటారా, ప్రమిళ తాపర్ తీసుకుంటారా, మీ ఇష్టం. రణవీర్ చక్రవర్తి ఎక్సలెంట్, సతీష్ చంద్ర మెడివల్ ఇండియా తీసుకోండి. సో మోడర్న్ ఇండియాకు మనకు మీరు బిపిన్ చంద్ర కానీ ఏదైనా ఒక బుక్ పిక్ చేయండి, విద్యార్థులకు అదే చెప్పండి. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళకి ఇది చాలా తక్కువ సిలబస్ లో తక్కువ టైంలో ఎక్కువ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇచ్చేటువంటి బుక్స్ కావాలి కాబట్టి ఈ పేపర్ ను ఈ విధంగానే మీరు టీచ్ చేయాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంటుంది. సో నెక్స్ట్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు టాక్ అబౌట్ ద సింగిల్ మేజర్ సిస్టమ్. ప్లీజ్ బేర్ విత్ us. అది ఇప్పుడు వచ్చేసి okay. Sir, is it audible and visible? Please bear with us. We are ready to screen share. Sure. సార్ అందరికీ కనపడుతుందా స్క్రీన్? ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. సార్ ఆడియో అంటే విజిబుల్ సార్. Okay. 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 This is very important because this entire single major syllabus is designed by Dr. Balaganga Gangadhar sir from Vempalli and Surendra sir from Nellore and Jawahar Bharti Prasad Babu sir and me. I am the convener of this the entire syllabus. So we would like to thank our colleagues for sharing their knowledge, and we went to the APCC and we went to the APC and we sit there and we discussed a lot and we have approached many renowned faculty members all over Andhra Pradesh, not only in Andhra Pradesh but also at national levels. We have approached while we are designing this syllabus. See, for example, if we take the fundamentals of social science, so why these fundamentals of social science is introduced. See here, now we are talking about the new education policy. So there is a multidisciplinary system. So that is why the APSI has designed the blueprint that even history, economics, so political science and sociology, even the science, the basic science, especially కంప్యూటర్ నాలెడ్జ్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఈ 5 కాంపోనెంట్స్ అనేటువంటివి కంపల్సరీగా సిలబస్ లో ఉండాలి. సో అందుకే ఒక్కొక్క సబ్జెక్టుకు సంబంధించినటువంటి సిలబస్ ను ఇక్కడ ఫ్రేమ్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఒక్కొక్క సబ్జెక్ట్ లో కూడా ఒక యూనిట్ మాత్రమే ఉంటుంది. ఫండమెంటల్స్ ఆఫ్ సోషల్ సైన్స్ అనేటువంటి దాంట్లో, సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇఫ్ యు సీ ద యూనిట్ టు సెకండ్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ హిస్టరీ అండ్ సొసైటీ. సో దీస్ 2 courses are common for all the single major system. Either they can choose either history or economics or polity or archaeology or sociology or tourism or whatever it may be. Whatever the arts and the science courses, so these 2 papers are common for them. So they need to understand the entire understanding of the Indian social systematic issues and the fundamentals of social issues. So that is why we have to incorporate in our history subject knowledge in this paper. See, I have given some definitions and the scope of social sciences and what is the relation between the natural science and social sciences. This is very important because sometimes sociology or public administration or anthropology, so they need to understand what is the relation between not only our social science subject but also other non-science subjects, which we can call it as non-science natural science subjects, and interdisciplinary nature of సోషల్ సైన్స్ సబ్జెక్ట్. ఇది చాలా ఈజీగా అండర్స్టాండింగ్ చేసుకునే దానికి చెప్పాము మెథడ్స్ అండ్ అప్రోచెస్ ఆఫ్ సోషల్ సైన్సెస్. ఇది సోషల్ సైన్స్ లో పెట్టాము. అదే విధంగా మనం హిస్టరీ అనేటువంటిది సైన్స్ ఆర్ట్, ఇది చాలా మందికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా తెలియనటువంటి పెద్ద అంశం. సో హిస్టరీ అనేటువంటిది ఆర్ట్ అయితే దానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ చెప్తాము, సైన్స్ అయితే ఎలా చెప్తాం. ఎస్, హిస్టరీ ఇస్ ఎ సైన్స్. సో హౌ కెన్ ఇట్స్ ఏ థీసిస్, ఇట్స్ ఏ హైపోథసిస్. But how can we argue? It's a history, is a science, we can prove it. So, for example, if we're talking about the Gupta science and technology, so there is a science and technology. So, science అనేటువంటి లేదా అని చెప్పొచ్చు. సో టిప్పీ సుల్తాన్ రాకెట్స్ ఉపయోగించాడు, అందులో సైన్స్ లేదా, ఇట్లాంటి కొన్ని ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ చెప్పి సో హిస్టరీ ఇస్ సైన్స్ అని చెప్పొచ్చు. ఆర్ట్ అనేటువంటి దానికి కొన్ని ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇచ్చి మనం చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంటుంది. సో నెక్స్ట్ థర్డ్ వన్ ఇస్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ హిస్టరీ అనేటువంటిది ప్రతి ఒక్క విద్యార్థి కూడా నేర్చుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. సో అందుకే ఇంపార్టెన్స్ యొక్క హిస్టరీని మనకు ఈ చాప్టర్ ను పక్కగా పెట్టడం జరిగింది. వాళ్ళు నేర్చుకోవాలి. దే నో ద వాట్ ఈస్ హిస్టరీ, వాట్ ఈస్ దేర్ ఇన్ హిస్టరీ, వాట్ ఆర్ ద కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఇన్ హిస్టరీ అనేటువంటిది వీ హ్యావ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ అండ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు టెల్ దెమ్, వీ హ్యావ్ టు టీచ్ దెమ్. అండ్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ హిస్టరీ, ఇక్కడ చాలా మంది పొరపడిపోతున్నారు. టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ హిస్టరీ అంటే ఏంటి? చాలా సింపుల్. మనకు ఎకనామిక్ హిస్టరీ ఉంది, సోషల్ హిస్టరీ ఉంది, కల్చరల్ హిస్టరీ ఉంది, అదేవిధంగా మెడికల్ హిస్టరీ ఉంది, అదేవిధంగా టెక్నాలజికల్ హిస్టరీ కూడా ఉంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. ఈ హిస్టరీ వాటికి సంబంధించినటువంటి సింపుల్ డెఫినేషన్, ఏమేమి పాయింట్స్ కవర్ అవుతాయి ఇందులో అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని మాత్రమే ఇక్కడ చెప్పాలి. నెక్స్ట్ వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్రొనాలజీ ఆఫ్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ. క్రొనాలజీ ఆఫ్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ అంటే ఏంటి? ఫ్రమ్ ఎవల్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ ది మ్యాన్ దగ్గర నుంచి ఇప్పటి వరకు ప్రజెంట్ వరకు కూడా వీ కెన్ టేక్ ఇన్ క్రొనాలజికల్ ఆర్డర్. జస్ట్ ఈ సంవత్సరంలో జరిగింది అని చెప్పి మెయిన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అన్ని కూడా హైలైట్ చేసుకుంటూ కూడా వెళ్ళిపోతూ వాళ్ళకి చెప్పడమే. అంటే we have to give some sort of knowledge into the students mind. అంతేగాని ఇక్కడ ఏదో హిస్టరీని మొత్తం చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం లేదు ఈ పేపర్ లో. సో ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే ఈ 2 పేపర్స్ లో కూడా నెక్స్ట్ అనదర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ పేపర్స్ ఏది? ప్రాస్పెక్టివ్స్ ఆన్ ఇండియన్ సొసైటీ. ఇందులో కూడా ఇండియన్ హెరిటేజ్ అండ్ ఫ్రీడమ్ స్ట్రగుల్ ఇండియా గురించి మనం చెప్తాము. సో నవే డేస్ even the commissioners are is very particular about the especially heritage and tourism. This is very important. Well, so there are some opportunities in outside. So we have to incorporate this all what is called this tourism chapters in history and మరి అలాంటప్పుడు మన హిస్టరీ యొక్క ప్రాధాన్యతను మనం కోల్పోతాము అనేటువంటి విషయం మాకు అర్థమైంది. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు చెప్పినటువంటి సజెషన్స్ ను మేము దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని అటు వాళ్లకు, అటు విద్యార్థులకు, అటు మనకు ఎవరికి కూడా అన్యాయం జరగకుండా, మన సబ్జెక్ట్ అన్యాయం జరగకుండా మనం ఇక్కడ హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళే టీచ్ చేసే విధంగా సిలబస్ ను డిజైన్ చేయడం జరిగింది ఫర్ యువర్ కైండ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. దిస్ ఇస్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. So there are some courses from PG in PG. So for example, travel and tourism management. సో వాళ్ళు కానీ వచ్చి ఇక్కడ టూరిజం ఉంది మేము చెప్తాము అంటే కనుక మన హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళు ప్రాధాన్యత కోల్పోయే అవకాశం ఉంది. అందుకే హిస్టరీ గురించి మనం ఇక్కడ చాలా క్లియర్ గా చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అది కూడా బ్రీఫ్ గా వాట్ ఆర్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ కల్చరల్ అండ్ హిస్టారికల్ సైట్స్ అనేటువంటి విషయాలు. So another important thing is Indian dance, musical yoga. These three are not be there yet. So now we have introduced this because yoga system is a part of our curriculum. Just you can see even in NEP, so they have given more importance. So we claimed that tourism is history. History wale teach cheyali. Even dance forms, art forms, it is a part of history. అని చెప్పి మనం ఇవి పెట్టడం జరిగింది. బ్రీఫ్ గా మీరు వాటి గురించి చెప్పండి, అంతేగాని ఏదో పూర్తి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇవ్వాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం లేదు. వాటి గురించి కాన్సెప్ట్ గురించి క్లియర్ గా ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయండి. అట్ ది సేమ్ టైం కాంటెంపరీ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాలో ఈవెన్ ప్రిన్స్లీ ఆఫ్ స్టేట్స్ అనేటువంటి ఎలా ఇంటిగ్రేషన్ అనేటువంటి కదా అందరికీ తెలియాలి. సోషల్ చదువుకునే వాళ్ళకి తెలియాలి, అట్ ది సేమ్ టైం సైన్స్ చదువుకునేటువంటి వాళ్ళకు కూడా బ్రీఫ్ గా తెలియాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. సో అబాలిషన్ ఆఫ్ జమీందారీ జస్ట్ యాక్ట్ ఏంటి, ఎలా చేశారనేటువంటి బ్రీఫ్ గా చెప్పండి. ఫార్మేషన్ ఆఫ్ లింగ్విస్టిక్ స్టేట్స్ అనేటువంటి కూడా వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. సో ఇక్కడ అన్ని రకాలైనటువంటి సోషో ఎకనామిక్ కల్చరల్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ అన్ని కూడా ఈ పేపర్ లో కవర్ చేయడం జరిగింది. సో కాబట్టి సో ఈ పేపర్స్ ను ఇలాగే టీచ్ చేయాలి. ఇంకొకటి ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇఫ్ వీఆర్ రెడీ టు ఆఫర్ ద సింగిల్ మేజర్ సిస్టమ్ ఇన్ హిస్టరీ ఆర్ ఎకానమీ, సో దట్ పర్టికులర్ టీచర్ మే టీచ్ దిస్ ఆల్ 5 units, not only 1 unit. If I am a history lecturer, so I am ready to teach only history part. I am a economics lecturer, I am ready to teach only economics part. No. That is not correct. As per new NEP policy, these are all the basic understanding of the social science lecturers. So they can read and they can understand and they can teach. That's all. సో మనం కాకపోతే ఏంటంటే మనకు ఉన్నటువంటి వర్క్ లోడ్ విషయం ఇంకా రకరకాలైనటువంటి ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది కాబట్టి మనము అలో చేస్తున్నాము. మనం ఏదో అడ్జస్ట్ చేసుకొని మనం అందరితో కూడా మంచిగా ఉండి వర్క్ లోడ్ కూడా షేర్ చేసుకుంటూ ఉన్నాము. సో అది మనం ఇంటర్నల్ అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్ మన యొక్క కోవర్కర్స్ మన వాళ్ళతో మెయిన్ గా మన యొక్క సిస్టర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ తో మనము చేసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరము ఉంది. సో నెక్స్ట్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఈస్ సో సో 1 year ఆల్మోస్ట్ గాన్ బికాస్ దీస్ 2 papers ఆర్ కామన్. సో 1 year ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ పోయింది, ఇంకా ఉండేది ఏది ఓన్లీ సెకండ్ ఇయర్ అండ్ థర్డ్ ఇయర్. సో లెట్ మీ స్టార్ట్ విత్ ఎర్లియర్ వీ హ్యావ్ 3 years of educational system. So in 3 years, so we are ready to give more information, and we are ready to give maximum information and the subject also we are ready to teach. But unfortunately, this new education policy, especially in the honor system, this is not possible because entire the 3 years of syllabus may reduce only 1.5 years. మీరే చెప్పండి, 1.5 సంవత్సరంలో 3 సంవత్సరాల యొక్క సిలబస్ ను మనము రెడ్యూస్ చేయాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. సో మీరు ఏం చేస్తారో మాకు తెలియదు. యాజ్ ఎ సబ్జెక్ట్ ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్, సో యూ కెన్ డూ వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ వాంట్, బట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు ఇన్కార్పొరేట్ ఆల్ ద సిలబస్ ఫ్రమ్ ఏన్షియంట్ టు మోడర్న్. సో హౌ కెన్ ఇట్ పాసిబుల్? 3 సంవత్సరాల్లో చెప్పేటువంటి సిలబస్ ను 1.5 సంవత్సరంలో చెప్పడం అనేటువంటిది ఎంతవరకు మనం ఎలా ఇన్కార్పొరేట్ చేయగలము? చాలా తర్జన పడ్డాము, చాలా మందితో మాట్లాడాము. సో ఫైనల్ గా ఒక షేప్ అయితే తీసుకొచ్చాము. ఏంటి? నౌ వీఆర్ టీచింగ్ ద ఆనర్స్ డిగ్రీ స్టూడెంట్స్, విచ్ మీన్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు గివ్ మోర్ సబ్జెక్ట్ నాలెడ్జ్ టు ద స్టూడెంట్స్. సో ఇన్ సచ్ అ వే వీ హ్యావ్ డిజైన్డ్ దిస్ కరికులం. అందుకే చూడండి, సైన్స్ మీరు టైటిల్స్ ఆఫ్ ది పేపర్ కూడా మీరు చూడొచ్చు. డిఫరెంట్ టైటిల్స్ అనేటువంటివి ఇక్కడ ఉంటాయి. సో టైటిల్స్ అన్ని కూడా చాలా ఇన్నోవేటివ్ గా ఉంటాయి. సరే, మీకు తెలియనటువంటి మరొక అంశం చెప్తాను. ఏంటంటే వన్స్ we completed this syllabus observed by the APCC, our commissioners. So he's very happy that okay, at least finally we have changed the entire curriculum. This is somewhat better because the titles itself shows the entire syllabus and the curriculum has been changed. అందుకే చూడండి టైటిల్స్ సింపుల్ గా ఏన్షియంట్ ఇండియా, మిడివల్ ఇండియా, మోడర్న్ ఇండియా ఇలాంటి టైటిల్స్ పెట్టలేదు. ద టైటిల్ షుడ్ బి అట్రాక్టివ్. అప్పుడు ఇదేదో ఇన్నోవేటివ్ గా ఉంది అని చెప్పి చాలా మంది అట్రాక్ట్ అయ్యేదానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. అందుకే చూడండి ద ఫస్ట్ టైటిల్ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్ సైన్స్ అండ్ హ్యూమన్ పాస్ట్. ఎప్పుడు కూడా మరి వినంటారు సైన్స్ అండ్ హ్యూమన్ పాస్ట్ ఏంటి, ఏన్షియంట్ ఇండియానే. బట్ మన టైటిల్ అనేటువంటిది సమ్వాట్ అట్రాక్టివ్ గా ఉండాలి. దానికి తగ్గట్టుగానే సిలబస్ మేము డిజైన్ చేయడం జరిగింది. రెండో చాప్టర్ చూడండి ఏజ్ ఆఫ్ ఎన్లైట్మెంట్ అండ్ స్టేట్ ఫార్మేషన్. సో వీఆర్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ మహాజనపదాస్ అండ్ హౌ ద స్టేట్స్ ఆర్ ఫార్మ్. ఇవే మనం చెప్తాము కానీ టైటిల్ అనేటువంటిది సమ్వాట్ డిఫరెంట్. అండ్ ద థర్డ్ సెమిస్టర్ కూడా మీరు చూడండి టైటిల్స్ అన్ని కూడా డిఫరెంట్ గా ఉంటాయి. ఫోర్త్ సెమిస్టర్ లో అంటే విత్ ఇన్ 3 సెమిస్టర్ లోనే మేము మొత్తం సిలబస్ అంతా కూడా ఇన్కార్పొరేట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అండ్ అదర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఈస్ ఇక్కడ మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అంశం ఏంటంటే ఈ ఇచ్చినటువంటి సిలబస్ అంతా కూడా ఎలా చెప్పాలి సార్, వీ హ్యావ్ ఓన్లీ 90 days ఇన్ ద సెమిస్టర్. సో హౌ టు టీచ్? ఇక్కడ మనము డిగ్రీ స్టూడెంట్స్ కి చెప్తున్నాం. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇఫ్ యూ టేక్ ఇన్ అర్బన్ ఏరియాస్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కాకినాడ, విశాఖపట్నం, విజయవాడ, సో దే కేమ్ ఫ్రమ్ సమ్ వాట్ గుడ్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్. అండ్ ఇఫ్ యూ టేక్ సమ్ రూరల్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ సో వీ కెనాట్ టీచ్. బట్ అర్బన్ ఏరియాస్ లో ఉండేటువంటి వాళ్ళకు కొంత అడ్వాన్స్డ్ నాలెడ్జ్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి వాళ్ళకు మీరు కొంత ఫోకస్డ్ గా చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంటుంది. అదేవిధంగా రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ లో వచ్చినటువంటి వాళ్ళ యొక్క మైండ్ సెట్ అండర్స్టాండ్ చేసుకొని మనం టీచ్ చేయాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉంది. We start with what is history, whether history is a science and what are the interpretations of history. Sir, ఎందుకు సార్ ఇవన్నీ మాకు కొత్త టాపిక్స్ ఉన్నాయంటే వీఆర్ నాట్ టీచింగ్ ద డిగ్రీ స్టూడెంట్స్, వీఆర్ టీచింగ్ విత్ ఆనర్స్ విత్ డిగ్రీ. So if you observe the Delhi University or even we observe the Cambridge University curriculum also. So degree lo మనం హానర్స్ స్టూడెంట్స్ కి చెప్తున్నామంటే we have to give the entire syllabus without any deviation. అందుకే ఇక్కడ అన్ని కూడా పెట్టడం జరిగింది. చాలా మంది సార్ ఇవన్నీ కొత్త టాపిక్స్ మేము అర్థం చేసుకోలేకుండా అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి, చదవాలి అంతే. బీయింగ్ ఏ లెక్చర్ సో యూ నీడ్ టు యువర్ డ్యూటీ ఈస్ to teach history. You are the lecturer, you have to always learn something new and you have to catch up the new technology and you have to update your knowledge. అప్పుడు అందుకే చూడండి ఇక్కడ చాలా సింపుల్ గా కొంతవరకు కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటివి వాటి కాకుండా కొన్ని న్యూ టాపిక్స్ కూడా పెట్టడం అనేటువంటి జరిగింది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ట్రేడ్ అండ్ కామర్స్, సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీకి ఎక్కువ ప్రాధాన్యత ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అదే విధంగా లిటరేచర్ కు ప్రాధాన్యత ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. Some papers there are some limited syllabus, but in some papers we don't have any other choice and we have to included that all the syllabus within the paper, because we have to cover the entire syllabus, entire Indian history we have to incorporate. When we have to incorporate the Andhra Pradesh history, we have to incorporate the given world history. So how can it possible? It is very difficult to accommodate all the syllabus within 1 year. We struggled a lot, we worked a lot, and finally this outcome came because of the efforts made by our faculty members. And we have to observe the curriculum activities. See, for example, even 5th unit, urbanization. So we know the first urbanization, but we don't know the second urbanization. This iron age. This earlier we don't have the syllabus it is not in the part of our curriculum, but now we have included this one also, crafts, wheels, and this is all very, very important things. And it's when the syllabus is designed as per the group 1, and even we observed that even civil service syllabus also. So we have given more curricular activities. See, even each and every paper we have given more than 10 to 15 curricular activities. But most of the lecturers are taking the first phase of printout and they are not taking the second phase of printout and third phase of printout because they don't want, and they are not ready to take what are the major curricular aspects they are mentioned about this paper. They are not observing. అసలు ఇదే మనం చేసేటువంటి తప్పు. అంటే ఇన్ని ఇచ్చినాము అంటే కనీసం వీటిలో కొన్నైనా మనము కాలేజ్ లో మన క్లాస్ రూమ్ లో మనం కన్ఫర్మ్ చేయాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది కదా. కానీ ఎంత మంది ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి కరికులర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ ను మనం ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేస్తున్నామో ఒక్కసారి మీ అంతకు మీరే ఆలోచించండి. ఈ కరికులర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ ఇచ్చినటువంటివి ఏమి మామూలుగా కాదు. మనము డిగ్రీ వాళ్ళకి కాదు చెప్తాను, హానర్స్ డిగ్రీ వాళ్ళకి చెప్తాను అనేటువంటి విషయం మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. అప్పుడే మీరు అప్డేట్ అవుతారు. మీరు ఈ కరికులర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ అన్ని కూడా కనీసం ఇన్ని కాకపోయినా కనీసం ఆ చాప్టర్ కి సంబంధించినటువంటి కొన్ని కరికులర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ అయినా కూడా మీరు ఇన్కార్పొరేట్ చేయాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. We have to inculcate all the curricular aspects in the student's mind. If we are not doing anything, so our subject cannot be exist. So please kindly observe this. Whatever we have given the curricular aspect in the each and every paper, so we have to observe and we have to inculcate all the curricular aspects in the classroom. And another important thing is we have given more references in each and every paper. See, for example, we have given some 10 textbooks and 20 or 15 reference books related to these topics. So sometimes you have to pick up some important books and you can read the books thoroughly and give that information. So that's all. But without referencing of these good books, so we cannot give more information. We cannot give original information. So don't use that unnecessary guides and test papers, and you can always use this original reference textbooks. This is very, very important. So in this context, we proudly say that we have bringing 3 important textbooks from APSI that was written by Dr. Bade Saab, Dr. Raj Mohammed, and Rukmani Madam, and Surendra Sir, and other few members. So we struggled a lot and we have gathered the information and finally come out with output. So textbooks ఉన్నాయి మనకి ఒక్కసారి మీరు చూడండి. ఆ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ లో మేము చాలా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ మన సబ్జెక్ట్ కు రిలేటెడ్ గా ఉండేటువంటిది ఇచ్చాము. చాలా బుక్స్ రెఫరెన్స్ చేసి ఇచ్చాము. ఒక పక్క తెలుగు ఇచ్చాము, ఒక పక్క ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియం ఇచ్చాము. బట్ ఎవరు కూడా చాలా మంది మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది లెక్చరర్స్ ఆర్ ఫెయిల్ టు రెఫర్ ద ఒరిజినల్ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్స్ వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ డిజైన్. సో మేము అదే చదవండి చెప్పడం లేదు. దిస్ ఇస్ ఆల్సో వన్ ఆఫ్ ద సోర్స్. సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు టేక్ ద ఒరిజినల్ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్స్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇఫ్ యూ టేక్ రవీంద్రనాథ్ ఠాకూర్, సో ఎట్స్ ఆర్ శర్మ, డిఎన్. So these are the wonderful books we have to collect it from library, and there are some books are available in the online. So you have to purchase at least the minimum books. If we don't have the reference books, so we are not at all the teachers. Really, we have to think ourselves whether we are following the textbooks or reference books, or whether we are following the test papers. Just think yourself, and at least from now onwards, we don't want to refer the unnecessary test papers. We have to refer the original textbooks which is related to our subject only. So don't pick up all the 13 books in this paper. Just pick up at least 1 or 2 minimum books which covered all the syllabus. That is very, very important. So age of enlightenment and stage formation in India. See, here we have given some important topics. See, observe. So అన్ని కూడా ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయాలంటే నాకు చాలా టైం పడుతుంది. మళ్ళీ క్లాస్ కూడా చెప్పాలి. సో అది కూడా టైం రన్నింగ్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి నేను ఫాస్ట్ గా చెప్తున్నాను. సో చాలా కరికులర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ అన్ని ఇక్కడ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. సో మిడివల్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ ఇక్కడ కంక్లూడ్ చేశాము. అదే విధంగా మిడివల్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీలో కూడా ఎస్పెషల్లీ కల్చరల్ అండ్ సోషల్ హిస్టరీకి ఎక్కువ ప్రాధాన్యత ఇవ్వడం అనేటువంటి జరిగింది. సో అట్ ది సేమ్ టైం we have given the original reference books in each and every paper. Please observe this. These books are very, very important to not only the teaching, but also useful for your research methods. So those who are do the research, so you have to read these books. So you have to identify these books. And once if you read, you know what are the gaps in the research. So you have to identify, you have to pick up such important gaps, and you can do the research in PhD. So that is the wonderful. సో వండర్ఫుల్ అవుతుంది. గ్యాప్స్ అనేటువంటి ఐడెంటిఫై చేసినప్పుడే నీ పిహెచ్డి కూడా వండర్ఫుల్ గా ఉంటుంది. నెక్స్ట్ వెరీ, వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ మోడర్న్ ఇండియా. ఎస్పెషల్ గా ఇక్కడ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ మోడర్న్ వరల్డ్ కూడా మేము ఇంక్లూడ్ చేశాము. సో ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ we don't have any other alternative. So whatever we have, just we incorporated some important highlights in the European history part, and also social change in modern India. ఎక్కడన్నా మీరు ఈ టైటిల్ విన్నారా? లేదు. ఎంతసేపు మోడర్న్ ఇండియా లేదా ఇండియన్ నేషనల్ మూవ్మెంట్ గురించి మాత్రమే చెప్పారు. But we have changed the title of the topics. So you have to observe the reference books here. So for example, if you take Sarkar, excellent book. For example, if you take the Bipin Chandra, excellent book. For example, Medieval India, you can take Jail Mehta, Satish Chandra. So you can refer such books. Even Andhra Pradesh history సంబంధించి కూడా చాలా ఒరిజినల్ బుక్స్ అన్ని కూడా మేము ఇక్కడ మీకు రెఫరెన్స్ లో ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. సో మీరు ఒకసారి ఈ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ హిస్టరీని కూడా మేము ఇంటర్ప్రిట్ చేశాము, ఒకసారి బాగా అబ్జర్వ్ చేయండి. వై? బికాస్ ఇన్ గ్రూప్ 2 we have 75 marks for ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ హిస్టరీ. See, most of the non-science students also, even engineering students also, they are ready to take history subject as a major, because our syllabus is designed in not only the academic level but also at competitive in nature. So kabatti vanaku once completed the degree, so they may join in the either central government or state government. So we want, ultimate goal is we want to catch the opportunities whatever available in the market. So jobs గాని లేకపోతే ఏ సబ్జెక్ట్ అయినా కూడా ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ కాదు. అందుకే we have designed as per the market oriented. సో కాబట్టి సోషల్ అండ్ కల్చరల్ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అంతా కూడా మేము మాక్సిమం సిలబస్ అంతా కూడా ఇక్కడ కవర్ చేయడం జరిగింది. సో దానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి మంచి రెఫరెన్స్ బుక్స్ రఘునాథరావు కానీ, ప్రతాప్ రెడ్డి కానీ, లేకపోతే కనుక పిఎస్ఎల్ హనుమంతరావు గారు కానీ, సో రామకృష్ణరావు గారు కానీ, ప్రసాదరావు కానీ, ఇవన్నీ కూడా చాలా మంచి బుక్స్ అన్ని కూడా మేము రెఫర్ చేయడం జరిగింది. గ్రూప్ 2 కు యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ గా ఉపయోగపడే విధంగా మేము డిజైన్ చేయడం జరిగింది. తర్వాత వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్, సో ఇక్కడ 5th semester onwards, so we don't have any other alternative. So we have to choose the entirely different from the history subject. Sir, please, entirely, because we have incorporated the tourism and hospitality, because we need to inculcate the research temper. We have to improve the technological based skills. So we have to improve the some skill based, knowledge based. సో జాబ్ బేస్డ్ స్కిల్స్ ఉండేటువంటి పేపర్స్ ని ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలని చెప్పండి. చాలా మంది అడిగితే సార్ మాకు తెలియదు. అసలు హిస్టరీలో స్కిల్ బేస్డ్ కోర్సెస్ ఏముంటాయి అనేటువంటిది నిజంగా ఎన్నో రోజుల పాటు మేము వర్క్ చేసి టూరిజం అండ్ హాస్పిటాలిటీ సర్వీసెస్ అనేటువంటిది కూడా పెట్టాం. మీరు ఒక్కసారి జస్ట్ యూ కెన్ అబ్జర్వ్ ద సిలబస్. సో దట్ సిలబస్ మే బి డిజైన్డ్ యాజ్ పర్ ద గైడ్లైన్స్ గివెన్ బై ది యాప్స్. బట్ అట్ ది సేమ్ టైం మన హిస్టరీ యొక్క ప్రాధాన్యతను కోల్పోకూడదు, మన యొక్క నేచర్ ను కోల్పోకూడదు అనేటువంటి ఉద్దేశంతో సో మనం ఇక్కడ హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళని టీచ్ చేసే విధంగా కొన్ని టాపిక్స్ కూడా పెట్టడం జరిగింది. లేకపోతే కనుక రేపొద్దునే ట్రావెల్ అండ్ టూరిజం మేనేజ్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు వచ్చి ఈ పేపర్ మేము డీల్ చేస్తామంటే అప్పుడు మనము కొంచెము ఇబ్బంది పడేదానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి సో ఆ విధంగా చేశాము. సో కరికులర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ ఇక్కడ నుంచి కూడా మీరు కరికులర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ మారుతాయి మీరు చూడండి. రెండోది జర్నలిజం అండ్ ఎడిటింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ కూడా పెట్టాం. ఎందుకంటే ఇఫ్ దే నో సంథింగ్ అబౌట్ జర్నలిజం, సో దే మే బి సెటిల్ ద ఈవెన్ జర్నలిజం స్కూల్స్ అండ్ దే మే గెట్ సమ్ జాబ్స్ ఇన్ అవుట్ సైడ్. సో అందుకే ఈ పేపర్స్ ను డిజైన్ చేయడం జరిగింది. సో స్కిల్ బేస్డ్ పేపర్స్ అంటాము. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా కొత్త పేపర్స్. సార్ మాకు రాదు, మాకు లేదు, మేము చేయలేము, చెప్పలేము అంటే కాదు. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు అప్డేట్ అవర్ నాలెడ్జ్. దట్స్ ఆల్. మీకు వేరే ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ లేదు. మనం అంతా లెక్చర్స్ మనం కొత్తవి వచ్చినటువంటివి మనం ఖచ్చితంగా ఇన్కార్పొరేట్ చేసుకోవాల్సిందే, మనం చెప్పాల్సిందే అంతే. వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ అదర్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్. సో హియర్ ఐ హావ్ గివెన్ the more curricular aspects, what teacher is going to do and what the student is going to do, and even field work also ela cheyali enti anetuvanti kuda మేము చాలా క్లియర్ గా ఇక్కడ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. టూరిజం అండ్ ఆపరేటింగ్ స్కిల్స్ కూడా మనం పెట్టాము. ఎందుకంటే మనకి కనీసం టూరిజం ఎలా ఆపరేట్ చేయాలనేటువంటి విషయం అనేది తెలిస్తే డిగ్రీ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత సో దే మే సెటిల్ అండ్ దే కెన్ స్టార్ట్ ద సెపరేట్ టూరిజం ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ అండ్ దే కెన్ డూ సమ్ వండర్స్ అండ్ దే కెన్ ఎర్న్ ఈవెన్ 1 lakh 2 lakh rupees per month. So that is why we have designed this course. And another important thing is films and script writing skills. Identi sir asalu history lo unda ante yes, it is also part of the history and it is a skill based course. Enduku manam idi pettamu, ఒక పక్క హిస్టరీ చదువుతూనే మనకి స్కిల్ కూడా మనం నేర్పించాలి. రైటింగ్ స్కిల్స్ అనేటువంటి నేర్పించాలి. కొంతమందికి మంచి రైటింగ్ స్కిల్స్ ఉంటుంది. సో వాడు అప్పుడు డైరెక్ట్ గా వాడు సినిమా స్క్రిప్ట్ రాయొచ్చు, సో మంచి షార్ట్ ఫిల్మ్ రాయొచ్చు. నౌ డేస్ యూట్యూబ్ అండ్ ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ అండ్ అదర్ సోషల్ ఇష్యూస్ ఆర్ వెరీ వెరీ చాలా ఈజీ అయిపోయినాయి అనమాట. సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఈజీగా ఒకరు బాగా రాయగలిగితే, డైలాగ్స్ రాయగలిగితే, ఎలా చేయగలిగితే వారికి మంచి ఆపర్చునిటీస్ అనేటువంటివి ఉన్నాయి. ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో ఫిల్మ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ లో కూడా హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళు చాలా మంది డెవలప్ అయ్యారు. సో అదే విధంగా హిస్టరీ ఛానల్స్ చాలా ఉన్నాయి, వాటిలో కూడా జాబ్స్ అనేటువంటివి ఉన్నాయి. సో తెలుగు హిస్టరీ, తెలుగు ఫిల్మ్ గురించి మనం ఇక్కడ తెలుసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. సో స్క్రిప్ట్ రైటర్స్ ఎలా ఇంప్రూవ్ చేయాలనేటువంటిది అంతా కూడా మనం ఇక్కడ చెప్పాము. సో వాటిని మీరు చదవండి, మీరు చదివి వాళ్ళకు విద్యార్థులకు చెప్తారని చెప్పి ఆశిస్తున్నాను. అదే విధంగా ఆర్కియాలజీ అనేటువంటిది కూడా వన్ ఆఫ్ ద మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ సబ్జెక్ట్, బికాస్ నవ్ డేస్ వీఆర్ నెగ్లెక్టింగ్ ఓన్లీ హిస్టరీ as a major subject, but archaeology is not a major subject. So we have 5 to 6 courses in our college, but unfortunately we have introduced only history as a single major, and we have neglected archaeology because nobody is ready to join in archaeology courses because there are a lack of job opportunities. No, there are many opportunities we have. So దాని గురించి కూడా నెక్స్ట్ క్లాస్ లో డీటెయిల్ గా మనం మాట్లాడుకుందాము. జాబ్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఏమున్నాయి అనేటువంటిది కూడా చెప్తాం. ఆ జాబ్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ గురించి చెప్తేనే మీరు మన హిస్టరీ కంటే కూడా ఆర్కియాలజీ ఇస్ ఏ టోటలీ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ సైంటిఫిక్ స్టడీ ఆఫ్ ఆర్కియాలజీ. సో సో ఆ వేళ మనం ఆర్కియాలజీకి సంబంధించినటువంటి టెక్నిక్స్ టూల్స్ తెలుసుకుంటే కనుక సో we will get to some projects from the Archaeological Survey of India, even Department of Culture and Tourism. So we will get more. So that is why we have incorporated this. And museum management మనకు ఉన్నటువంటి మరొక మంచి ఆపర్చునిటీస్ మ్యూజియం మేనేజ్మెంట్ గురించి మనము ఇక్కడ చెప్తూ ఉన్నాము. మ్యూజియం మేనేజ్మెంట్ లో మనకు సపరేట్ గా దోస్ హు హావ్ కంప్లీటెడ్ ద హిస్టరీ, సో దే విల్ గెట్ సమ్ జాబ్స్ ఇన్ ద మ్యూజియంస్ ఆల్సో. సో హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళకే మ్యూజియం ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఆ మ్యూజియాన్ని ఎలా మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి, ఇది స్కిల్ బేస్డ్ కోర్స్ కాబట్టి వీ హ్యావ్ టు లెర్న్ అండ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు టీచ్ దెమ్. And another important thing is within 5 minutes లో కంప్లీట్ చేస్తాను. So ancient world civilization. So now we are entering into the 4th year honors degree. So 4th year honors degree, so we have some different kinds of subjects. So in 3 years there is a exit option. So within 3 years we have exit, so they will get degree. But if they are interested to continue in the 4th year, so we have to change the entire syllabus because so we have to introduce the research methodology because they are going to join in PhD and other research courses. So we need to incorporate the research temper in their minds. We have to incorporate the research methodology. అందుకే మొత్తం కోర్స్ అన్ని కూడా డిజైన్ చేయడం అనేటువంటిది జరిగింది. ఇక్కడ మీరు కానీ చూసినట్టయితే కనుక ఇంట్రడక్షన్ టు ఆర్కియాలజీ పెట్టాం. సో ఇక్కడ చాలా రకాలైనటువంటి కో-కరికులర్ యాక్టివిటీస్, మ్యాండేటరీ యాక్టివిటీస్ అనేటువంటిది ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఇఫ్ యూ కంపేర్ టు ద semester syllabus, so if you compare to the 4th year degree syllabus, this is somewhat entirely different because we have given more curricular aspects and we have given some mandatory things also. If you have a PhD degree, so you may teach these courses. If you don't have PhD degree, it's very difficult to understand. So of course, if you have knowledge, you can teach. But as per the prescribed given by the APSI and the UGC, so we need to PhD degree to teach this one. So even the tribal and peasant movements in colonial India, but there are some different options also we have. Recent trends in histography. So the lack of histography అనేటువంటిది చాలా ప్రాబ్లమాటిక్ గా ఉంది. సో మనము అన్ని రకాలైనటువంటి హిస్టోగ్రాఫికల్ డిబేట్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం ఈ పేపర్ ని ఇంక్లూడ్ చేశాము. సో ఇంతకు ముందు జీవానందం సార్ ఫ్రమ్ జైన్ టాక్స్ అబౌట్ ద రిసర్చ్ మెథడాలజీ అండ్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద ట్రెండ్స్ వి నీడ్. So we need to understand the research methodology in our history. Even art and architecture we have, and the separate paper we have environmental history. This is one of the innovative lecture nowadays. This is very, very, very important topic. It's a emerging topic. So environmental history. So that is why in the 4th year paper, so we have introduced this environmental history. So we need to understand the basic understanding of environmental history. So that is why we have incorporated. And another important is Indian history of food culture. So you did not find out such papers in anywhere because we worked a lot and we find out what are the important papers or skill based papers we have. సో హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ ఇండియన్ ఫుడ్ కల్చర్ ఇట్స్ పేపర్ అనేటువంటి చాలా డిఫరెంట్ గా ఉంది. ఎక్కడ కూడా మనం వినేటప్పుడు చెప్పినాం. సో టాపిక్స్ కానీ మేము ఇచ్చినటువంటి రెఫరెన్స్ కానీ మీరంతా కూడా చదవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. బట్ అట్ ది సేమ్ టైం అన్ని కొన్ని డిఫరెంట్ టాపిక్స్ తో పాటు కొన్ని ఈజీగా కూడా ఉండేటువంటి టాపిక్స్ కూడా మేము ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి we have incorporated that tourism papers because most of the students are interested to take tourism as a optional papers. So and another important thing is application of ICT in historical studies. Even nowadays, so most of the lecturers and students are not ready to update their knowledge. So that is why we have to information and communication technology, how to use in our historical methods and how to use this historical methods and how to utilize this new innovation technology and how to inculcate in our minds అనేటువంటి దాని గురించి ఇక్కడ చాలా క్లియర్ గా చెప్తాము. మీరు ఒకసారి కానీ చూసినట్టయితే కనుక ఈ సిలబస్ అంతా కూడా ఇన్నోవేటివ్ గా ఉంటుంది, చాలా లేటెస్ట్ గా ఉంటుంది అనమాట. సో మీరంతా కూడా చదవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. సో హిస్టరీ అండ్ టూరిజం, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ టూరిజానికి కూడా సమానమైనటువంటి ప్రాధాన్యత ఇచ్చాము. సో అట్ ది సేమ్ టైం హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ మోడర్న్ ఈస్ట్ ఏషియా కూడా మనం ఇచ్చాం. అదే విధంగా ద మేకర్స్ ఆఫ్ మోడర్న్ ఇండియా, దిస్ ఇస్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎమర్జింగ్ ఏరియా. సో ఆఫ్టర్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ 1947 తర్వాత, సో వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ మచ్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్. So, but in fourth year honors degree, we have given more importance to what happened after 1947. So we have given more importance to the contemporary history of India. So that is why we have incorporated these new systems and historical methods also. Historical methods, and this is very important, history of science and technology. So we know the social history, economic history, political history, but we don't know the history of science and technology. But we have introduced this paper. This paper is only IITs and central universities are introducing, but we, the colleges, we are also introducing this paper, and we have to we have to teach the innovative and new information systems. So that is then only the students are ready to take history as a optional. And history of modern Andhra Pradesh after 1956 tarvata, we don't have good books, but Ramakrishna sir and others, they did good works on after 1956 what happened in Andhra Pradesh. So we have given the entire syllabus after the 1956 also. So this paper is also very important for us. And another one is history of contemporary India, which is very, very important. Political aspects అన్ని కూడా కవర్ చేయడం జరిగింది. నెక్స్ట్ ఫెయిర్స్ అండ్ ఫెస్టివల్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, అందులో బిజినెస్ అండ్ మార్కెటింగ్ స్ట్రాటజీస్ అనేటువంటివి ఎలా ఉన్నాయి సార్, ఎందుకు పెట్టారు సార్ ఇవన్నీ అంటే, ఇట్స్ ఏ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ న్యూ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ ఏ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ blueprint of the APSI and the CCE. So we have to follow, we have to update our knowledge. So then only, so Indian knowledge system, this is very important. That is why our first class is in the Indian knowledge system. This is very, very important. Indian knowledge system is totally based on our history. So that is why we have inculcated the Indian knowledge system to all our faculty members. So we want to know the technological innovations, languages, even the Vedic philosophy, and how the new technological innovations that takes place from ancient to medieval to modern, and modern to even nowadays. So see in the even fifth chapter, so we have included the land, nature and types of lands, rivers and cropping system and animal husbandry. These are all our Indian knowledge systems. It is a part of that. So we have given more importance to all the systems and tourism resources of India. So here we have given more importance to the even UNESCO World Heritage Sites and how to conserve it, the World UNESCO Sites. So there are some different types of preservation methods. So we have given more importance to the not only history, but also we have given more importance to the not only history, but also as part of tourism and Andhra history, and we have given more importance to the contemporary history, and we have given more importance to the even archaeology. So I think this lecture is very useful for all the lectures. So kindly do the things whatever I am given some important tips. So thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity, and thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Raj. Raj, do you hear me?
If you have any questions and clarifications, so we are ready to take. So no problem at all.
From NRC Srikakulam. I have two submissions, sir. Particularly regarding the syllabus, you inserted one paper particularly with regard to AP history. Actually, within that one paper, the entire AP history is not possible to cover. If there is a possibility to amend any kind of modifications, you better to do it in two levels. From Stone Ages or Sattvahanas to Qutub Shahis or before Qutub Shahis. That will be one paper. Second paper must be from Qutub Shahis to 1956. If there is a possibility, it is my humble submission, first one. The second submission, some of the lecturers, our lecturers are preparing or they are acting as a paper setters. It is my humble submission, all the lecturers, while preparing question papers, kindly you follow blueprint as well as syllabus. Some of the lecturers I have been observed, they are not following blueprint as well as syllabus also. They are giving questions in irrelevant method. When they are giving in such a method, the students are getting confused. So it is my humble suggestion. So if there is a possibility, kindly make it possible. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your suggestion. So actually, we have designed this syllabus as per the rules and regulations framed by the APSI. And even we have approached to the many faculty members and eminent personalities, and finally we have decided and we have finalized. And this was finalized by the not only the APSI, but also we got some appreciation from Delhi University, even JNU, and even this syllabus was observed by the Lady Siddham College, and even one more thing is I am proudly say that the Kerala and Karnataka, they are copying our history syllabus, and they are going to implement this syllabus in the next coming years. So for that, I would thank to our colleagues to frame excellently. So now we don't have any chance to change the syllabus. So whatever it is finalized, that we have to follow. Please, we have to follow. We have to restrict that syllabus only. Thank you, sir. Next.
So I have a, it's not good.
Good afternoon, sir.
No, sir.
And NRC Ongal, sir.
Sir, NRC Anantapur.
Ongal, sir. Ongal.
Sir, coming.
NRC Ongal.
సార్ ఏమన్నా క్వశ్చన్స్ ఉంటే తొందరగా అడగండి, లేదంటే ఎందుకంటే 150 అయిపోయింది, 115 130 అయిపోయింది. So if you have any doubts or clarifications, so I think everybody having my number and email address, so you can contact with me and I am ready to give the answer. So now I request to NRC Kadapa to complete the session. If anybody ready to respond, please respond. No problem. Okay, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Sir, please responding in any NFC. Here, madam. In the after. Well.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Hearing, sir.
Yes, sir. When you are ready, let me know. I'll start. I'm here.
Sir, audible, sir.
Okay, great.
Okay.
When you all are ready, just let me know. Then I'll
Sir.
begin.
Sir, just introducing, sir.
Take your time. Take your time. I mean, meanwhile, I'm looking also on my PPT. I will also need 5 minutes.
Small
Right?
introduction, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
We should wait 5 minutes. Join, so we have to wait 5 minutes.
Dr. Manya Kumar is Associate Professor in History in Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. He has more than 27 years of teaching experience. His research interests pertain to ec- his research interests pertain to exploration of human-nature relationship in the early modern times. Dr. Kumar completed his PhD by examining Hindi literature of 16th and 17th century India to point out the complex intricacies of caste system, a unique character of Indian societies. Later, he argued as his doctoral thesis at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, that the ecology is defined and redefined by a mutual and continuous interface aimed at the complex webs of interactions among the physical, religious, socio-culture, and politico-economic settings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I need your help. How to share my PPT? You need to guide me how to share my PPT.
The GDC Tanupu, please respond how to share the PPT. GDC Tanupu, please guide him how to share his PPT. Sir, wait to make that, we'll come back to you, sir.
When I'm trying at my end, let me see if I can be, I can able to manage it. Yeah, now I'm able to do it. Is it visible? Is my PPT visible to you all?
Okay, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay, great. Then should I begin? Or any other? Are we waiting for someone else also to join? Sorry?
Yeah, okay, sir. Just 1 minute, you can wait, sir. So participants, someone join.
I'm in no hurry. Take your time.
Yeah, just now when they went to lunch and they come back, no? So we have to wait 1 more.
I understand. I understand. I understand.
Thank you, sir.
When you say, I'll begin.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Now you can start, sir.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me begin by saying that whenever, if you have any query, please raise your hand. If you have any comment to offer, please raise your hand. We would like to comment on that. We would like to discuss that. I'm a colleague. So it's not that a teacher is discussing with a student or some kind of, that's not the notion. I'm working on a theme which is to a great extent new for Indian history, that is environmental history. And that is what your coordinator wanted me to discuss with you all. And this is what I discussed when they were here in JNU attending a refresher course. But then I also thought of discussing one more thing, an important thing which I think we must discuss. And then I'll also discuss environmental history. So what I propose to do, I have divided my lecture into two parts. One is discussing the new researches in early modern Indian history. And the second, writing environmental history of India. So my primary focus will remain on the environmental history. That is my primary area of research. But I need to discuss something on early modern Indian history. That is why I have taken this liberty with your coordinator that I'll begin with the early modern Indian history and then I'll go back to my own forte. To be very precise, or to be very how to move this PPT. I have uploaded it, but how to move it? How to go to next slide?
So just click on the arrow mark, sir, so it will automatically change.
Arrow mark where? There is no arrow mark here.
No, so keyboard. In keyboard, sir, keyboard.
In keyboard, that I'm doing that. It's not. Just a second. Just a second. Right.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Sorry, the system is new to me. This DevX is new to me, so I'm finding it a bit trying to struggle with that. Yeah. When I say new research in early modern history, I have a particular query in mind, a concern which I want to discuss with you all. So when we say early modern, we also need to discuss why this kind of periodization, or what are the problems of periodization. This is particularly important in the present time, when history is being used for various other purposes, which it has always been, but in the modern times, due to proliferation of social media, everybody thinks that he's a historian or she's a historian. As a professional historian, we find it difficult to at times respond to them. They always discuss in terms of binaries, this or that, yes or no. For a professional historian, it is very difficult to respond yes or no, because we know history is a very complex system, and that complexity has to be discussed with the when we are writing history. That is where the question of periodization is also very important. This tripartite division of Indian history into ancient, then medieval, and modern, it has its own problem. We need to discuss that, and we need to problematize it. And in that context, while doing this, few of historians, not only in India but abroad also, they were concerned about defining the period from 1500 onward till the coming of colonial power in India as a period of early modern Indian history. We have seen that earlier we used to study in terms of ancient, medieval, modern. Then we also have a category of early medieval. Similarly, we are trying to discuss something called early modern. But before dwelling or discussing the characteristics of early modern and what do we mean by early modern, why is it important to discuss early modern, let me problematize the tripartite division. It's a division which was done by the Britishers, who had carried their agenda or their understanding of the classical age, then the dark ages, and then the modern period. Give me a second. They had an understanding of the classical age, then they described it as a period of dark ages, the era of feudalism, and then the modern uprising or the coming of the modern era, enlightenment, scientific revolution, etc., etc. They have tried to impose that model on Indian history also. Unfortunately, it led to a classification of ancient as Hindu, medieval as Muslim, and modern as a European or the modern. So the classification in terms of religion has unfortunately dominated our understanding of Indian history. If I'm not wrong, most of you are from Andhra Pradesh region, of the Deccan and the southern peninsula. For you, if you impose this kind of classification, it will be very, very problematic. Rajita Datta, who teaches at JNU, she has been discussing that why this Delhi-centric history is being written, why regions are not being given importance, why this tripartite division is based solely in terms of the developments in the Delhi and around. So there are issues with that. The other issue is, which is very important for us at the moment, as a teacher, we need to ponder over it. This whole process of using medieval as a villain era, as an era of foreigners' rule, is problematic. We need to discuss that. We need to understand that there's a difference between colonial power and the pre-colonial powers. Mughals, Sultanate, none of them can be termed as foreign rulers. They came here, they conquered, and then they settled here. Unlike colonial power, who came here, settled here, ruled here, and extracted money from India and took it to Europe. So that's a very different kind of state, which is, we call it as a colonial state. But any period prior to that should not be called as a colonial state or the foreign rule. Mughals cannot be termed as foreigners simply because they came from foreign. They came here, but they realized they would like to stay back, and then they started living here. They extracted money, the whole land system was extractive, but the money remained within India. It was consumed here, it was used here, it was spent here. So there's no question of extracting and taking it back to Europe, which means this period from 1500 has a different kind of understanding. For us, we have been studying Indian history, we have been studying European history, we have been studying world history, and we know that around 1500, a new kind of world history opens us for us, which means now we have two more subcontinents to discuss, Southern America and the Northern America. Till then, the primary focus was on Asia and Europe. The discovery of new continents, both the Americas, North America and South America, it heralds a new era. And those who are doing with the history of Europe, the early modern Europe, the rise of modern West, etc., they are well aware that with the coming of, with the opening of new world, a new kind of possibilities emerge. Professor Herman Mukhia, while writing his classical essay, Was There Feudalism in Indian History? While discussing that, he begins with a very, very, very important statement that the capitalism is the first world system. Till then, most of the systems were regional. They were not world system. Feudalism in India, feudalism in Japan, feudalism in China, or we say Indian feudalism, Japanese feudalism. There is no one kind of feudalism across the world. Whereas capitalism has gradually converted across the globe of the economy onto one single pattern. So that uniformity, that working at the world level is possible, became feasible only with the coming of capitalism. Any system prior to that is a regional system, is a local system, is not a world system. You all are aware, very well aware, that the whole notion of European feudalism cannot be and has not been justified for Indian context. In Indian context, we don't agree with the feudalism debate. We argue that feudalism was not in India. It's a very different kind of system. It never witnessed the kind of feudalism which was witnessed in Northwestern Europe, where the contestation was over human labor. In Indian context, that was not the case. A primary reason for that was that In Indian context, if you compare the ecology of India and ecology of Europe, then you will understand that there the primarily agricultural production was very, very meager, very, very low in the beginning of this common era, that is around the first century AD, second century AD. It was very, very low. It gradually changed. A broad classification, a very broad generalization, if I offer, in the first to fourth century, northern Western Europe, the productivity was to the extent of 1:4 or 1:2.5. If you the seed yield ratio was 1:2.5. In Indian context, it was usually 1:32. 1:32. You reap a wheat of 1 kg and you'll get 32 kg. In Western Europe, during the early common era, you reap a 1 kg of wheat, you'll get 2.5 kg of wheat. And of that, you have to retain 1 kg for the next season. So you had only surplus of 1.5 kg. Compare this with the Indian context, where it was usually 1:32 and that to twice a year. Twice a year. Which means here, if you sow 1 kg of wheat, you'll get 31 kg surplus. So the production system was different. Dependent upon that, the whole production relations were very, very different. So what Harmas Mukhya did, he used the ecological conditions, he examined the agrarian history, he examined the character of agrarian production in India, and then he argued that this whole feudalism debate is flawed. It cannot be said that India witnessed feudalism as the kind of feudalism which was witnessed in the Europe. Discussing this larger context, we have been saying that the early centuries in India, we can call it ancient India or early India. Then we have a early modern India, early medieval India. Early medieval, a very different kind of a state is emerging, state formation is taking place, Rajputization is taking place. Professor B.D. Chattopadhyay has tremendously worked on that. R.S. Sharma, D.N. Jha, they have worked on that. And now they have gradually established in Indian context that the early medieval needs to be examined differently. It has its own category, it has its own marker. It is neither ancient nor medieval if we use the tripartite division. So early medieval is a very different kind of category. Similarly, we started working on the notion of early modern, and then we said that we need to revisit the period from 1500 onward. For that, globally, this is the period which you term it as transition from feudalism to capitalism. We term it as a period of transition from feudalism to capitalism. If I pose a question, why India could not transform from feudalism to capitalism? One answer can be India never had the feudalism. So there was no possibility of transiting to the capitalism. The other answer is that because of the onset of the colonialism or the coming of the European trading companies and subsequently imposition of European colonialism in India, that the natural trajectory of transformation from the pre-capitalist era to capitalist age could not succeed. Irfan Habib wrote a very classical text on that, the potentialities of capitalistic development in Mughal India. He said that during the colonial period, during the Mughal period, there was all the ingredients, all the possibilities of a transition to capitalism. It could not happen simply because of the intervention of the colonial rule. Battle of Plassey, Battle of Buxar, and then you move into a very different kind of era. The initial treaty with the British and the Mughals was said that you are getting the Diwani right of this Bengal, Bihar, and Odisha, and you are not getting any Faujdari right over it. They thought it's very important. But for the context of European industrialization, for the context of Indian empire, we need to understand that with this, we gave them the right to collect land revenue from India and take it back to England. Which means there was a different kind of economy is emerging. But that is 1750 onward. I'm going a little earlier and then arguing that, as J.F. Richards has argued that, at least 6 distinctive but complementary large-scale processes can define or they define the early modern period. Let me list them for you so that you will have a better comprehension and we will move into the greater details. The global seepages passages that led to European exploitation, mapping, and reporting. Remember, exploration, mapping, and reporting. Mapping means they were documenting it and then reporting it back to the main power, to the mother country. They were reporting it back. So they were mapping the entire world. They were mapping the area they have reached, their natural resources, their agrarian resources, their social capital. All of this was being recorded by them and reported back to the mother country for instruction and further process of exploitation. Because of that, you see the rise of true global economy. If something is produced in America, manufactured in India, and traded in England, this kind of economy is growing, where the manufacturing is now at global level. One component is coming from India, indigo is going from India, the cotton is coming from America, spinning is taking place in England, and then the food, the product is supplied. So this gradual rise of truly world economy is also taking place. The other dimension which Jeff Richard mentioned is that the growth of large stable states. That is very important. You can see it emerging in an Indian context, Mughal Empire. You have Safavid, you have Uzbeks, you have several important dynasties in Europe also. Louis the Philip, the classic case of the Philip the 14th. He claims that I am the state. As a ruler, I am the state. There is no distinction between me and the state. I am representing the state. If you can recall, the whole process of, the entire process of enlightened despotism also corresponds to this period. When new understanding of a state is emerging, where states are much more stable, states are now maintaining large-scale standing armies. Unlike the army of the nobles or army of the nobility, which is collected and then the fighting with the ruler, now you have a standing army. Please remember and understand that the standing army is an expenditure. It's not an investment unless the war is taking place and you are continuously controlling or exploring the new area. Otherwise, the war is a very capital-intensive proposition. Give me a second. This is the period when you witness the doubling of world population. That's also very important, very, very important. The number of people living on Earth is expanding. Not only number of people which are living on Earth is expanding, the duration for which they are living is also expanding, which means the life expectancy is increasing. In other words, if more people are living on Earth and for a longer period of time, which means the demand or pressure on the natural environment is also increasing. Getting it? Which means the larger population and for a longer period of time they are surviving. So the demographic pressure on natural resources, on agrarian resources is also multiplying. So a new kind of economy is taking place. You have now two new continents which can supply you raw material, which can supply you finished good, which can supply you human labor, and it is the land which has given you several new variety of crops. You have potato from them, you have chilies from them, you have then pineapple from them, coming from them. A new variety of fruits, the agrarian production are coming from the new lands to the old land, from the America, especially South America, to Europe, and then they spreading across the Europe and Asia. So new kind of developed new kind of proliferation of crops and matter is taking place. And that is the period when you witness the almost doubling of world population. The population is also multiplying. Multiplying population is a boon. Especially in an era of fossil fuel, non-fossil fuel economy or pre-fossil fuel economy. जब तक fossil fuel नहीं आया था, till you didn't have the primarily the coal and the oil and the gas, the major source of energy was humans and animals. Major source of energy was humans and the animals. When I say humans, humans are the most imaginative and intellectual forms of labor available to the state, available to the upper classes of society, upper sections of society. So the doubling of the population also means the doubling of capacity to extract land revenue and things like that. So this process is a very important process where several demographic changes are taking place, and those demographic changes are impacting the way economy is being governed. New kind of demands are being raised by the increasing population, and the new land is producing new kinds of goods. So you have a place where things are being produced, and you have a place where things are being consumed. So trade is taking place, economy is growing and multiplying. This division is very important. Along with that, the intensified use of land, agrarian expansion is taking place because of the growing demand of the population. In the process, let me remind you an important thing, that we usually think in terms of forest and cultivable lands. The forest and the cultivable land. What we tend to ignore, there's another category which is very important, that is grassland. Those grasslands are very important. If you think of a world where you don't have railways, where you don't have cars, where you don't have the trucks, there the primary mode of transportation is available with you is animal, pack animal, or the chariot-driven animals-driven chariots or bullock carts. So the major component of your energy is coming from the animals also. To feed the animals, you require fodder also. So gradual a landscape where you have the agriculture, where you have the grassland, and then you have a forest. We tend to imagine only in terms of forest and the grass and the human settlement. There's a third category, that is the grasslands. If you can remember the Mongol invasions, the Genghis Khan, it's a primarily living in the grasslands, interacting with the agrarian societies, but primarily living in the grasslands, big, massive grasslands. And the whole nomadic civilization is being sustained by those grasslands. So the pressure on land is not also on the not only on the forest land, but it was also on the pasture land, on the land which was earlier grasslands. So intensification of land consolidation is taking place, and in that sense, there is a gradual elimination or gradual decline of those societies, those communities who were living on the grasslands. Excuse me. Gradually, you are once again discussing in terms of binaries, agrarian versus forest. We tend to ignore the importance of grasslands. If anybody is interested in reading that, you can read Niladri Bhattacharya's The Great Agrarian Conquest. In what ways, how, with the consolidation of empires and gradual increase in their power, the excessive centralization leads to an era where you see gradually the forest land is being converted into agrarian landscape, and the production is multiplying in a different manner. Along with that, you have the diffusion of several new technologies, new world crops, gunpowder, and printing and organized response flow throughout the early medieval period, which means a new kind of social negotiation is taking place during the early modern times. When we examine these features in the Indian context, then something very important emerges to us. For that, if anybody is interested, can read Meena Bhargav and Pratyay Nath book published by Cambridge University Press. It is Querying the Early Modern. If I'll get a copy, I'll show it to you now. But what I'm trying to say is that the early modern is emerging as a new category where all these processes are taking place. I'm not suggesting that these processes are unique or they are simply product of this period. I'm simply suggesting that these are the tendencies which gradually get intensified, and with the intensification, a greater pressure on the nature is increasing, excessive centralization of state power is taking place, and new kind of social relations are emerging. To study that in Indian context is not easy. primarily because of the paucity of sources. And that is where historians have been struggling. In that sense, early modern offers a new possibilities, excessively new possibilities. And these possibilities are visible in the diversity of sources available to understand the societies of this period. Just a second. This diversity of sources, please remember, the printing press is yet to come to India. Don't confuse that printing presses available in Europe, but it is yet to take roots in Indian context. But despite that, we have a very rich literary tradition. It's available in Persian, it's available in Sanskrit, and it's available in vernacular. In Tamil, in Kannada, in Malayalam, in Bangla, in Rajasthani. A variety of vernacular sources are available. And with the help of these sources, we can examine the early modern in a much more comprehensive manner. Unlike any previous era, this era is important in the sense because it provides a very rich diversity of sources. We have very rich archival sources available with us. I'll discuss that in detail. Archival sources. State is not now taking a record of that, maintaining record of that. When I discuss that, I'll discuss the significance of that. We also, for this period, excessive paintings have been survived. Paintings from Pahari School, from Deccan School of Painting, from Rajasthan, the Kishangarh School of Painting, but the paintings have survived. So you can understand their understanding of nature, their understanding of depiction, their understanding of climate, their understanding of processes. Let me give you one example. The cover page of my presentation, I'll go back to that to make you what I'm trying to say. It's a very important, interesting painting for us. This is by Mansukh, 1751 C, the contemporary common era. This is Raja Balwant Singh watching the rain cloud. What is important for us? That the king is concerned about the rains. King is trying to understand the nature, is eagerly waiting for the rains in Rajasthan so that the agrarian production can take place. Which means a new kind of depiction is taking place. New kind of visualization of nature, human and nature-human relationship is emerging. That is what we say, the early modern. That is where we say the things have changed. They are no longer can be classified as we have been using the term for medieval, where consumption was important. Here, along with consumption, the state is trying to understand the future of the agrarian economy. And for that, the movement of the monsoon or the movement of the cloud is being monitored. And that is what Radha Balwant Singh is doing in this painting. He's watching there. Look here, two birds depicted here. A very realistic representation is being done. In the palace, the Raja is on the roof and looking at the clouds and waiting for the rains to start to begin with. Please remember, in the Indian context, rains were the lifeline. Lifeline. If you want to define the Indian economy or Indian climatic conditions, we simply say that it's a monsoon-based system. It's primarily monsoon rain-based system. Give me a second. Sorry, I find it difficult to sit and deliver lecture. my habit is to stand and then deliver the lecture. So I was getting uncomfortable. Yes, I was saying that rich tradition of archival documents is also available with us. Just a second. Yeah. Rich painting we have. And then along with painting, we also have archaeological evidences survived for this period. Numerous variety of archaeological evidence are available for us. I'll discuss them in detail later on. Public works, the palaces and havelis, religious monuments, there are plenty available in India. And that makes us, that gives a better vantage point us, better tools to understand the early modern societies. In terms of the literary traditions, for Rajasthan, I have been using especially the term, the literature called Khyat, then the Vat, Vanshavalis, Kavyas, and then the Persian literary tradition, which you are aware, that is the whole court chronicles, etc., etc. Along with that, we also have administrative documentation. That is very important. Aine Akbari, or the Marwar Pargana Vigat, or Satta, Sindh Parwana Bahi, Ashdash, and for Andhra Pradesh region, we have Kafir literature, though written much later in 18th century by Mackenzie, but the caveat provides us a kind of settlement history of that area. And one of my friend, Professor Neeraj Sahai, have used it extensively to recreate the climatic condition and environment of that area, of the Telangana and the coastal area. And he has extensively used Kafir literature. The Kafir literature was written primarily in early modern times. As we understand that the geography changes very gradually, so we could use Kafir literature to understand the ecology of that period. It's a very important document available. A series is available for Andhra Pradesh region for different districts. Anybody interested in that can go to the State Archives, Secunderabad, and will get access to the Kafir literature. So it's a very important source for us to understand the settlement of that area, of an area for which the Kafir has been written. For me, what is important is that now the state is documenting. What is state documenting? The state is documenting the nature of agrarian production, those who are producing it, where it is being consumed, who is trading it. All these documentation is taking place. For us, what is important, unlike the Mughal period or the early modern period, where it was primarily the local chiefs which were important. Now, excessive centralization is taking place, and that centralization is also supported by documentation. Documentation codifies the processes, the rules. That is what is important for us. Please understand that the documentation fixes the criteria, fixes the responsibilities, fixes the character of the sources for that period. Extensive documentation is taking place. Those who have done medieval history, they must be aware of the Aine Akbari and its importance. Similarly, we have document for Marwar, which is modern day Jodhpur. Marwar Pargana Vigat, which is primarily imitation of what is being done in the Aine Akbari. But for a historian like us, for a professional historian like us, it's a very important source. If I can cite example from Marwar Pargana Vigat, which is my primary area of research, then what Nancy has described, each and every village of Marwar, what is the nature of irrigation in that village, that has been discussed. If the wells have dried, what is the nature of that? How many have dried? How many could have been retrieved? How many could flourish? These documents are there. If a river is described, then the course of river is also described. From this village to that village, and then on left, and then it goes to right, and then it goes to the further ahead. Along with that, settlements are also described. Apart from that, if there are mountains, then the character of mountain is also being described. If there are water available in the mountain, even that is being described. What is important for us historians of early modern times is that a very new kind of very rich variety of documentation of nature and its resources and its characteristics are being discussed in this context, which means the description is being provided. There are a couple of very important questions. One, why state is doing that? Answer can be centralization. State is doing centralization, so mapping it. The state is also trying to curb the power of the local powerful elites. So with the documentation, you have the knowledge who has what kind of resources available to them, and then accordingly, control was imposed on them. So the administrative documents provides us a new glimpse of understanding to the contemporary societies. I have not cited it here, but Dilbagh Singh has worked and produced an important work on the money lending of the Mahajans in the Amer region. Amer is modern day Jaipur region. Money lending. And in that money lending, what is important is that he points out that the state had instructed its bohras or the money lenders that you will recover your money only if there is a good rains, if there is a good agricultural production. If there is no good agricultural production, you cannot recover it. And if the situation remains bad for 3 or more years, then the state expected the the money lender to waive off, to leave the money, don't claim it. Because if the situation perpetuates or continues like that, then the human population will migrate. And in those times when the population was limited, migration of population from one village or vacating one village was tremendous. Because in the absence of humans, you cannot cultivate that area. So that land will become unproductive unless it has been put to fruitful use by the society or the humans of that area. Is there any query or question or comment? Okay, then let me continue. Painting, I have been discussing with you. The Deccan School of Painting, extensive documentation has been done in terms of painting. Remember that the painting is not always the factual representation of the reality. Remember that. That's very important consideration. Public works, dams and embankments, sarais. Sarais is inn or a kind of hotels provided for the travelers of that area. And you must be having several sarais in your area. Stepwells and shikargah. Shikargah from where the rulers used to do the hunting. So shikargahs are there. These evidences help us reconstruct early modern in a very different manner, in a very different terms. And we need to understand that. Now let me shift over to environmental history and the connection between the early modern and environmental history. Let me discuss that because that is my primary area of research. So I'll stop this presentation. I'll begin with a new presentation. Give me a minute, it's being uploaded. Oh, sorry. No, this will not help. Wait a minute. Yeah. Now let me come back to and discuss what is environmental history, and then I'll discuss the relationship between what I'm trying to discuss with you, the early modern. Remember that environmental history is not a history of environment. And I have discussed this with the participants who came from Andhra Pradesh to JNU. I have discussed this, what I'm going to discuss now. So when we say the environmental history, it is not history of environment. It is history of human nature relations. It doesn't deal with the history of environment. We are not competent to do that. We are not trained in that. So we primarily discuss the human nature relationships. And for that, we need sources. To discuss that, we need sources. Be it archaeological sources, be it literary sources, epigraphical sources, but we need sources. And in that context, the early modern is very important, because for early modern, or since early modern, we start getting extensive documentations. If you read environmental history of India, then you will not be surprised that the 90% of writings are available for the modern period. Because for the modern period, you have catastrophic changes, you have extensive documentation, you have the ill impact of the colonialism on environment is very easily visible. But those working on pre-industrial area or the pre-colonial period, there are very few scholars who are working on that, because the sources are limited, as I've been discussing with you, and there is no catastrophic change. The changes are very gradual. As a historian, we need not only focus on the changes, we need to understand the processes of adaptation, the process of accommodation, in what ways humans have been interacting, modifying, engaging with the nature. So environmental history is primarily focusing on that. That is why the history prior to humans is not our concern. It's not part of environmental history. That is the work of the geologists to discuss in that, or the paleobotanists or paleogeologists, whosoever wants to do it. But when we say history, a human factor is very important. So for the period for which humans have survived, we discuss that period as a environmental history. So that is a limitation, or that is a characteristic of it. It's very, very interdisciplinary. We need archaeological sources, we need insights from the life sciences, the climate sciences, and paleosciences. I'll discuss that in details gradually, that implication of that in it seems we lost connection. Can you hear me now? Friends, can you hear me now? If you can hear me, please wave your hands so that I can understand. I can't hear you.
Sir, audible, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. So I was discussing that it is very interdisciplinary in character. I'll share a few examples of that, and then perhaps you will understand that. But for us, the environmental history is difficult to be divided into temporal divisions of ancient, medieval, and modern. Himalayas are, as you see in ancient period, are visible in medieval period, are seen in modern times. So the temporal divisions which we have been discussing for early modern is not applicable on environmental history. Similarly, the spatial boundaries or the political boundaries. I was working on Rajasthan, medieval Rajasthan. So what is modern day Sindh was extensively being discussed or interacting with the Rajasthan. So what I'm trying to say that the environmental history has new kind of challenges, new ways of engaging with the sources. We cannot confine ourselves to temporal divisions or spatial boundaries. I have been using that song of the film Refugee. पंछी पंछी दरिया पवन के झोंके ये किसी बंधन के रोके ना रोके, which means the history of environment cuts across political boundaries, cuts across these boundaries, and then you have to examine that in those contexts. It also engages with the cultural versus natural. What is cultural and what is natural? A classic example of that is, what do you understand by agriculture? Agriculture is not a natural phenomenon. Agriculture is a human activity. It's a human induced activity. Agriculture is not natural. But for us, it has become so natural that we tend to imagine that it's a very natural. So the whole period of agrarian expansion is primarily human intervention in nature. We have been modifying the character of landscapes and making the land, converted it into agrarian landscape. And that is a very different kind of dimensions, implications. Few of the examples, if I can give you, that perhaps make you understand what I'm trying to say. Recently, a study was conducted on the leopards in the western UP, Uttar Pradesh. It was noticed that the collar was put on the radio collar was put on the leopards, and then the leopards were roaming around in the areas which is still habited. People are living there. During when the crop is standing, leopard found it easy to move from one area to another area. But when the crop was cut and the open fields are visible, during that period, human-wildlife conflict started taking much more severe turn, because leopards found it difficult to move from one area to another area because there is no cover. Earlier, there was a coverage. So this transition of landscape has implication for the wildlife also. I'm not going to discuss the process of beginning of environmental history in India and its expansion. Let me focus on few important contributions, and then perhaps you will understand what I'm trying to, why we are discussing environmental history in detail. Despite all the developments of technology, tremendous development in technology, even today, we cannot control monsoon. Monsoon has its own way of functioning. La Nina, El Nino, etc., and it impacts the monsoon. Despite our best efforts, we are not able to modify or change the character of monsoon rains. At the moment, Bangalore is suffering from the severe water crisis. We cannot produce monsoon at this period of time. So there are natural processes, natural factors, natural features, which are still beyond the control of humans or beyond the control of the modern science. Please understand that. That is very, very important, because perhaps that will make you understand, that will make us understand, make us aware that we need to respect the nature, we need to respect the environment. That is very important. Along with that, we need to appreciate the significance or importance of the biodiversity. We cannot ignore that. Simply, we cannot ignore the significance of biodiversity. It is very important, and there are shades of that. In ancient tradition, in medieval traditions, there were sacred groves. Karnataka has a good tradition of sacred groves, where the plants were any entry was restricted in the area of sacred grove. You cannot cut a tree in a sacred grove. In that way, a diversity was being protected in that area. But as a historian, when we started working on environmental history, the major impetus or major thrust to environmental history came from the questions which emerged in Western Europe or Western societies. The classic text was, in that sense, was the Rachel Carson's The Silent Spring. But when you read Silent Spring, then you realize that it focuses on a world which is highly modernized, highly mechanized, highly industrialized. Unlike that, in Indian context, that level of mechanization is yet to take place. That level of Exploitation is that level of modernization is yet to take place. So we are living in a very different kind of human nature relationships at the moment. For early modern times, what was important is that in if I can use the concept of Bulliet, Richard Bulliet, who wrote the classic text, the title was The Camel and the Wheel. Richard Bulliet's text, The Camel and the Wheel. He examines that in the Roman period, when Romans were able to use the slave power from the war captives, they were able to pave the roads and the chariots were running. With the decline of Roman Empire, the paved roads are started declining because the labor is not available easily to them. So what they started doing, they started shifting back to the pack animal. On the back of the animal, the load was being carried. Pack animals. So from wheel, we came back to the camels. It's very interesting for us to understand. There was technological development, the roads were being paved, and on that roads, during the Roman Empire, the chariots were running. But with the decline of human resources available due to the expansion of war in the African continent, the Roman Empire was shifted back from chariot to the camels or the pack animals. Please understand, that's very important. In other context also, William Baynard has worked on one dimension, and he says that it is interesting to note the surnames in Europe and the America. If you look at the surnames, you will come across several Smiths. There are Iron Smith, there are Gold Smith, there are Wood Smith. There are Smiths dominate in that area. What is the reason for that? A probable reason, when we examine environmental history, comes to us that in the Mesa, in the Middle Eastern Saharan African area, in the Mesa area, that we call today as a desert area, in that desert area, plenty of vegetation was available to sustain good population of camels, which was not possible in the northern Western Europe. Northern Western Europe, where sun shines only for 120 days. In northern Western Europe, where sun shines only for 120 days. So it was always a contestation. That is what the feudalism says. It was always a contestation of what to produce. Should we produce agrarian production for the human consumption, or should we produce fodder for the consumption of the animals? If I can give you example from medieval India, medieval India means the medieval Andhra Pradesh also, or the medieval Deccan area also, medieval Rajasthan also. Then you get the example that Mughal state or any state of that area was not very keen to collect the land revenue only in agrarian products. If you have produced fodder, supply few bullock carts of fodder to us, because the state had a good army. For army, they had the good horses, and for horses, you require fodder. For elephants, you require fodder. For bullocks who are transporting your material, you require fodder. So it was immaterial what you are producing. Even if you are cultivating, if you are producing the fodder, the state will take a share of that and will use it for its animal. This is not modern times. We are discussing the period where you don't have the railway, you don't have the motor car, you don't have the telephone, you don't have the internet. In those times, the primary source of transportation was animals, or the communication was animals. So animals require fodder. So it is immaterial what you are being produced, what you are producing. Similarly, in Mesa area, Middle Eastern African, Saharan African area, the fodder was available. So the camels could be used, could be deployed for various labor-intensive works. Unlike that, in Western Europe, because of the paucity of agrarian production or the paucity of fodder production, you were forced to develop new methods of energy. You were dependent on wind energy, you required to harness the water energy, and you see development of new technological processes in India. For development of that, you require a specialist. Those are the Smiths. So this study of surname takes us to understanding of human nature relationships in Europe and in Indian context. So in Mesa context, it's very different. If I take that example to Indian context, then perhaps you will appreciate more what I'm trying to say. The cheetahs, which have been recently reintroduced in India, were always available in India. Cheetahs were extensively available in India. For Mughal period, we have extensive document that cheetahs were captive, were captured, were transported, were on the bullock cart. There are immense painting on that. And cheetahs was serving very important function during that period of time. In the absence of gunpowder, it was not always possible for ruler to hunt. Hunting was a very challenging task. To facilitate the hunting, the ruler needs close encounter with the animals. No animal will come to the ruler. So animals were always running from the humans. Cheetahs were deployed to drive animals from the other direction. Ruler is sitting from this side and the cheetahs were left from that side. The cheetahs will drive the animals toward the rulers who is standing or sitting on a pavilion. And then when animal comes closer to it, he'll hunt them through the spear or through the sword. Which means the cheetahs perform very different function during the Mughal period. They were used, they were kept in captivity, and they were used as a tool through which the animals were mobilized towards the ruler. Bhanu Singh Chawla has worked on that. The text where he has worked on this dimension is primarily the end of trade history of cheetah in India. The end of trade history of cheetah in India. What is important for environmental historian is that we need to go beyond the conventional political history, the conventional social history, conventional economic history to understand humans in its complexities, in its complex relationship with the nature. For that, we need to understand the characteristics of animals. In the same text, it's very important to mention here that Bhanu Singh Chawla says that despite the cheetahs being captured, we could not conserve them, we could not preserve them, simply because cheetah never bred in captivity. They never procreated in captivity. They required wild open spaces to procreate. Only then they'll produce the children. So, as a historian, we need to understand not only human relationships, but also the biological and cultural, biological understanding of the species with whom we are trying to engage with, to understand that. Another example of that, and that is very important for us to understand. Elephants have been extensively used in India, but you cannot use elephants in the desert area of Rajasthan. Elephants were extensively used when Mughals moved towards east. Mughals who came from west riding on the horses. The whole Mansabdari system is primarily based on the cavalry. The horses are important. But very soon they realized that the horses are not important. Horses cannot take them to the eastern area in the delta of Bengal. Because in Bihar and Bengal, when flood takes place, the horses are difficult to ride. You need a very stable animal like elephant who can swim in the rivers also. They mounted their cannons on the back of the elephant, and then they carried those cannon into the interiors of Bengal and Bihar and into Assam. It is very interesting for you to note that Mughal cannon never worked against the forts of Assam, of the Kamrup. The reason that the fort of Kamrup are a mud fort. So when you throw a cannonball, it will go and just submerge in the mud of the mud wall of the fort. Unlike that, in the western area or in the southern area, the fort wall was of stone. So if a cannonball comes and hits the wall, it will blast and it will cause the damage. The same damage could not take place in Assam, which means in warfare also you need to understand the complex character of environment, the complex physical geography of the region. If I give you another example of that, then you can read Rohan D'Souza's work. Rohan D'Souza has worked on the Odisha Delta. Working on the Odisha Delta, he says that when Britishers came, they found it difficult to understand the environment of the Delta region, because those of you who are closer to the sea will understand that when Delta is made, it changes its character. At one moment of time, there is a river. Next time, there will be a sand and the river will be flowing from the next to it. So Britishers, when they imposed permanent settlement in Bengal, for them, the land was important. On the land, tax was being imposed. Unlike that, in the Mughal period, it was the peasantry on which tax was being imposed. Whatever you produce, give it to us. It is not important that you produce from that particular land. So in a delta region, the peasantry was important. If your land has gone and a new land has emerged, whatever you produce on that land, give a share of that to the state. So Britishers found it difficult. For environmental historian, it is important to understand that the state, that the polities were well aware of the nuances of nature, of climate, and accordingly they were making policies. Britishers, who were not aware of the nuances of this, they found it difficult because they had this notion of their own climate, and accordingly they were making the policies. As an environmental historian, we say that we need to go beyond this and then examine it in a very different context. I've been giving that example to make you understand that the environmental history does not mean history of catastrophe or ruptures only. They are important. The catastrophes are important. The ruptures are important. But the continuous negotiation with the nature is also very important. We should not ignore that. We should not undermine that. If there are processes of exploitation and destruction, then there are processes of living for a very long period of time with the nature, living with the nature. There is no need to exploit because the possibilities of exploitation was accentuated by the new technology. If that is not there and you don't have the market, there was no need for you to produce more, extract more. What was important was adaptation and continuity. And the adaptation and continuity, we must be very fluid and ready to accept the change. We must be very fluid in our approach to the nature and we must accept the change. If I give you one example, one of the European environmental historian has written a text on the why societies collapsed. And one of the meeting I was there in one of the seminar when he was making a presentation. The moment I raised my hand, he said, "Are you from India?" I said, "Yes, I'm from India." My theory doesn't apply on Indian context. Why? Because you are explaining the why societies collapse in world context. Why your theory doesn't apply in Indian context? He said, in Indian society, the process of adaptation is very, very important. You tend to adapt to the changes. You don't want to modify the nature. You live with the nature and a continuity is being maintained. So he was well aware that the humans, when they develop appreciation and understanding of the environment, then they're in a better position to engage with that and negotiate with that. I'm not going to details, but what I need to discuss, a couple of very important texts with you that will make you perhaps to familiarize you if you have not read them, if you have not heard about them. Francis Zimmerman's text, The Jungle and the Aroma of Meats, Ecological Themes in Hindu Medicine, is an important text in the sense that what he does, in the Ayurveda, medicines are being prescribed. He says that if these medicines are being discussed here, which means those who are writing it, those who are practicing it, they know that these medicines or these ingredients are available in this near vicinity. If this plant is mentioned, it must be available. If this animal is mentioned, it must be available. So can we recreate the history of that, the environmental history of that area or the climatic history of that area by understanding the raw material which are being discussed in the medicine of this Ayurveda? What is trying to say that if neem is mentioned, if elephant is mentioned, you can reconstruct the ecology of that area. If I give you an example, if I say that we have located lion, and when I say I have located a cheetah, then not cheetah, if I located a tiger, then you will understand there are different landscapes I'm talking about. The lion lives in the grassland. Cheetah doesn't prefer grassland. Cheetah prefers much covered area, much forested area. So there is a difference of habitat. Lions prefer a different kind of habitat and cheetah prefer different kind of habitat. The way I was giving an example that the elephants cannot be sustained in the desert landscape of Nerwal and Marwar, whereas it is difficult to have good quality of horses in Bengal because of the moist conditions. Horses are primarily product of they are very good breeder available on the arid landscape. So you need to understand the characters of these animals and then examine the interaction with the societies. That will give us a better, more comprehensive, more complex understanding of human nature relationships. Shivani Bose has examined the mega mammals in ancient India. On the basis of archaeological evidences and literary evidence, she has argued that the rhinos were available. The rhinos were available in the Kutch area. Kutch, that is Gujarat area. In the Kutch area, rhinos were available. If rhinos were available, then you can say for sure that the climate was of a different character. So, as an environmental historian, we are also understanding or examining the climatic conditions of past societies. That is where it is interdisciplinary, it's multidisciplinary. That is where we are engaging in a very different manner with that. This whole concept, if I discuss further, then I have also already discussed with Bhanu Singh, but let me discuss Meena Bhargava with you. She has tried to examine the changing course of rivers in northern India. Those who have visited Delhi or the Red Fort of Delhi, they'll understand that the backside of the Red Fort is now Ring Road. On the backside, you have the Ring Road. But till 200 years back, there was Yamuna River flowing along with the fortress wall of the Red Fort. And it has changed course. With the changed course, new kind of urbanization has started taking place in Delhi. That is where environmental historian is engaging with that. The whole area is known as that, a part of that area is known as Darya Ganj. The term is Darya means the river. So Darya Ganj, which is Ganj means market. Darya Ganj, a place which is very close to the Darya, which is very close to river. Now, river flows at least 1.5 kilometers away from the Darya Ganj. Why it has changed course? Is it because of the human intervention? Or there are natural processes through these rivers change courses. Most of the Himalayan rivers are prone to change courses simply because they carry a very heavy amount of sediments with them. We need to, those who are engaging with the environment, those who are engaging with the climatic conditions, they find history very important consideration for them. Similarly, I have been examining the character of monsoon in India. In what ways monsoon has been the defining feature to understand the societies in India. Unlike Europe, where you have plenty of perennial rivers, where you have rainfall spread across the year. In Indian context, the monsoon is confined only to 3 months of the year. Then you need to conserve water, you need to preserve water for remaining 9 months. If you leave the Indo-Gangetic Goa, which is fed by the snow-fed river of the Himalayas, or few rivers of peninsular India, be it Krishna, Godavari, Tungabhadra, which carry water throughout the year. But rest of the area, they are required to conserve the rainwater, rains which are available only for 3 months in a year. So we as environmental historians have been trying to examine the human nature relationships, interactions in multiple manners, not only in terms of agriculture, not only in terms of irrigation, not only in terms of forest, not only in terms of posture, but in several other ways we are trying to examine. Let me discuss a couple of more books, then I'll stop, then there will be time for the question and answer if you have any. Sugatare, The Climate Change and the Art of Devotion, Geoaesthetics in the land of Krishna. In the Vrindavan region, he has examined the evolution of aesthetics or the sculpture or the painting in the temples. And he's arguing that with the change in the nature of these depictions, can we examine the nature of the climate? There may be problems, there are problems with his formulations, but at least he is trying to examine the close relationship between the climatic conditions and depiction of nature in the sculpture and in the paintings. Similarly, Pratyanath, he is in his book The Climate of Conquest, he was trying to examine the importance of environment in understanding the character of Mughal Empire. Mughals took, just like Napoleon, just like later on Hitler, Mughals took their elephantry into the area of Kabul and Kandahar. They were aware, but they could not do anything. Kabul and Kandahar witnesses severe winters for 3 months. And through 3 months, you get very limited agrarian production in that area. To sustain the elephantry, you require regular supply of fodder, which if you cut the supply chain, then the army will be vulnerable. And this is what happened with the Mughals when they started moving into the Kandahar region. You could sustain the cavalry, but it's difficult to sustain the elephantry in that area. So in what ways environment has been playing important role in understanding the society, polity and economy of early modern times, a period for which we have a diversity of resources, a diversity of historical sources available at our disposal. It is possible to rewrite the history of that period. And that rewriting we are saying should not be seen in terms of ancient, medieval, modern. We can have a subcategorization which we call the early modern. This is what I have to discuss with you. If you have any question, I am available. Thank you.
It's open for discussion. If you have any questions, so you can ask the participant side. Please respond different to analysis. Any queries, any questions, any clarification?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Sir, good evening, sir. This is Dr. A. Lakshmi Ropwani, lecturer in history, Dr. V.S. Krishna College, Autonomous Visakhapatnam. On behalf of entire fraternity of history lecturers, I propose. Hello.
Sorry, yes, your voice has gone.
Sir,
what's your question?
I have a doubt, sir. How could we differentiate between the sources of cultural history? How could we use the cultural historical sources for study of environmental history, sir? Cultural, for example, paintings. How can we use paintings as the source for environmental history?
These are Mughal paintings where a cheetah is being carried on the bullock cart.
Sir.
If we examine closely, then we'll also come across there are texts in which how to maintain cheetah, what are the illnesses which cheetah witnesses, what are the cure for that. We have text on that. So there are paintings, then the text on the medicine for the cheetahs, medicine for the elephants, medicine for the horses. So we are going beyond those conventional sources and reflecting back on the primary sources. Let me give you one more example. In my own study, when I was working on the environmental history, it's very important when you raise the question of agricultural history. In North India, maybe in your area also, I'm not very sure, but for North India, I can say for surety that there are rituals associated with the agrarian production. With the onset of monsoon, the Vishnu goes for sleep. He sleeps. And then he wakes up only after the Diwali. During this period, when agriculture is taking place in the northern India, it's primarily the mother goddesses which take over. So I was using the religious and cultural history to examine the environmental history. In what ways these rituals have close resemblance or correspondence with the climatic conditions and agrarian production in that area. So these are the possibilities which I was trying to discuss with you. I was simply proposing that by looking afresh on these sources, perhaps we will be in a better position to examine the environmental history.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
If I can add, one of my friends who has used the Kafir literature, I have also seen that Kafir literature. I have not worked on that, but Kafir literature is available for your period, for your region. It's from the 18th, 19th century, but it's very important documentation of the existing environmental conditions. Please remember, as Anna's school historians have been arguing, or the Broadale and the Mark Bloch has argued that history can be examined in terms of the longue durée. Then there are structures and then there are events. So the longue durée changes very gradually, very, very gradually. It is over centuries that longue durée will change. By examining the geography, discussed in the Catholic literature or in the early colonial period, you will get a very good idea of environmental conditions of earlier period. Because unless a very catastrophic change has taken place, the climate and the landscape will remain the same. Then the question can be raised, in what ways humans were managing water, how humans were managing the agricultural production, what was the production relations, how vegetation was being used, what kind of food practices were there, and then perhaps we'll get a better understanding of environmental history.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is Gopi from NRC Anantapur, sir. Sir, I'm curious, I'm asking you if it is possible that basically, I doubt, sir. Sir, I'm asking about the Saraswati River, sir, which is perennial ancient period Rajasthan. So what about the situation present, sir? If it is possible to make a rebuild again and to bring back the same situation, what happened in ancient days at present, is there any possible, sir?
If I have got your question correctly, then we repeat that question and then correct me if I have not got your question correctly. In Rajasthan area, there were rivers who were flowing in ancient period, which are no longer visible in that area. How to reconstruct history of that area? Is that your question?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
right. Thank you. It's very important question. Very, very important questions. There are multiple tools through which we can study that area. I have been to that area. I have extensively surveyed that area because Rajasthan is my primary area of research. I have been to Kalibangan area. I have been to Pilibangan area, and then I have gone deeper into the Ghaggar plain area also. GSL Devla has written a very important article on the expansion of desert, in the medieval period. And he says that the Bhatinda, the modern day Hanumangarh area, the Bhatinda region, was once dominated by the Lakhi jungle. Lakhi has come from the term Lakh. It's a very big forested area, Lakhi jungle. Several caravans were coming and stopping there. Because of the Lakhi jungle and the rivers which were coming from the Himalayas, especially not the perennial rivers, but primarily the seasonal rivers, they used to inundate that area. However, with the shift in the monsoon patterns, with the gradual modification in the monsoon pattern, that inundation of that area gradually started diminishing. To the extent, if I give you another example, then we corroborate these two, then perhaps you'll understand that. When we say Punjab, today we understand Punjab as a very agriculture-rich area. But Punjab becomes Punjab, as we understand today, only with the coming of the canals in that area. Otherwise, the southern Punjab was dry. Southern Punjab or the northern Rajasthan had the same kind of climatic conditions. It was a human intervention providing the canals in that area that the landscape of Punjab changed. If you want to read that, you can read Whitcomb's article. Whitcomb has extensively written on that. But with the development of modern sciences and with the help of the modern satellite imagery, there are historians who are working on
And the banks in the power. Again, thank you for my contribution.
Good evening, all. I'm
Yeah.
Dr. A. Lakshmi Rohpani, lecturer in history, government, Dr. VSK, GDC, Visakhapatnam. On behalf of entire fraternity of the history lecturers working under CCE, extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Mayank Kumar sir for his excellent lecture on new researches in early modern Indian history and writing of environmental history. In the first part of your lecture, you have covered the areas of emergence of new category in periodization of history, defining the early modern world and the diversity of sources for the early modern history of India, which are very useful to the young student, to the students of history. In the second part of your lecture, you have covered the difference between environmental history and history of environment with good examples, sir. And you have also given a good lecture on the interdisciplinary character of the environmental history and the challenges in studying of environmental history, the environmental history of India in Mughal period and pre-colonial period, sir. And you have also discussed the different research papers published in the area of environmental history. Your views on writing of environmental history inspired the young researchers to choose environmental history as their research area, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Okay, thank you each and everyone. And now we can take a 15 minutes break and then we can join next session. So you should continue the teaching methodology in the next session. Thank you.